night, and the Clippers are back up by 15 points.
Clippers go on to a 122-106 win over the Rockets. AM 570 LA Sports. Clippers' sixth consecutive win, ninth in their last 10 against the Rockets. 6 straight wins ties the longest win streak against the Rockets in franchise history. Clippers are 6-2 in their last 8 after losing their previous 4. Rockets, meanwhile, 2-12 on the season, worst in the NBA. Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio. Eagles taking their first loss of the season on Monday night. They are now tied with the Vikings at 8-1 on the season. Vikings get the Cowboys in Week 11. Dallas in the NFC East, currently in third place, where everybody is 500 or better. But are there still concerns about the Cowboys? ESPN analyst Rex Ryan.
2 things concern me. Closing out games, you need to be able to run the football, which Dallas can do.
Yeah.
The only coordinator that can stop them in that situation was their own offensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. The other thing is, and I've been trumping this forever, is that they have defensively, they can close you out. They can choke you out just by that pass rush. Well, what happened when they had the 2-score lead? They never did it. And how did Green Bay get it done? They kept running the football.
Yep.
And that was the thing. You have a Hall of Fame quarterback. Greeny, you talked about, team only threw 20 passes with a Hall of Fame quarterback. So they wanted to win that game. That's what it showed me that Green Bay wanted to do. But it also shows Dallas has a problem. And that problem is the run defense. It's always been a problem, and it's still there.
Still some concerns on the offensive side of the ball for Dallas. Earlier on ESPN Radio, Hall of Fame quarterback Warren Moon.
I just think they fall in love with Dak a little bit too much as far as play calling, and they need to get back to what was working for them early in the season when Cooper Rush was playing, be a little bit more balanced and not put so much pressure on Dak to have to make so many plays because he's not that quarterback. He's a really, really good quarterback, no question about it, but the 46 times in that ball game, he didn't need to throw it that much the way that their offensive line was coming off the football.
Dallas losing at Green Bay in Week 10. Packers snapping that 5-game slide. It's Tuesday, November 15th, birthday of Karl Anthony Towns. Timberwolves will be playing in Orlando tomorrow. Yesterday, it was Philly's Devontae Smith. He winds up scoring a touchdown, and the Eagles lost last night. First person to score a touchdown on consecutive birthdays since Zach Crockett 2 decades ago. Smith, first player in history to catch a touchdown on consecutive birthdays. Either way, it's the Eagles with their first loss. KJ and Max have complete reaction this morning. They're next. I'm Jay Reynolds. It's ESPN Radio.
Coming up next, Keyshawn J.
It's Pro Time, which means at Lowe's, you're invited to enjoy a Lowe's Pro Happy Hour. Kick back with free Pepsi Cola drinks and Frito-Lay snacks. Plus, earn 3 times bonus points per dollar on purchases of select Pepsi products. Come into Lowe's and get the full MVP treatment at Pro Happy Hour on November 17th from 2 to 5 p.m. While supplies last. Bonus points offer valid 10/27 through 12/8. Calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. See Lowes.com/L/Pro Loyalty Terms.
Yo, Pablo Torre here, host of the ESPN Daily Podcast. When you want to go beyond your feed, when you want to get inside the score, when you want to get behind the highlight, there's ESPN Daily. Go deeper into the stories of the moment. Get the exclusive access and insider perspective that only ESPN can give you. ESPN Daily, hosted by me, Pablo Torre. Listen and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's John Kincade for Window Nation. Get ready to have a blast of winter. You know that the brutal, wicked, wild, windy weather is on its way. And the only thing going down is the temperature because all costs are up. Inflation up. Projections say your winter heating bills are going to reach a 10-year high. But you can cut your energy bills now by up to 30% and increase your home's value when you call Window Nation. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no interest and no payments until 2025. And with Window Nation's precision installation, your new windows will lock out the cold, blocking even the smallest draft. And with 0% interest till 2025, you'll have the cash on hand for the holidays. Make your home more comfortable and inviting. Call Window Nation today. Do your window shopping online at windownation.com. Every size, every style, every color. Then call them at 866-90-NATION. 2 free windows for every 2 you buy. 0% interest until 2025. Call 866-90-NATION. Window shop at windownation.com. Tell them John Kincade sent you.
Hey guys, listen up. Losing weight not only helps your overall health, but research shows that it also can increase testosterone levels, which can resolve ED and low libido. It can help a multitude of things. With NJ Diet, losing weight takes only 40 days. That's right, up to 40 days to lose it contractually 20 to 40 plus pounds. Weight loss is contractually guaranteed. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize natural formulas and supplements where the side effect is weight loss. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed. NJ Diet is all natural. No shots, no hormones, no counting points, no prepackaged foods. Ew. No surgery. Schedule an initial consult at one of their convenient locations. Cherry Hill, King of Prussia, Newark, Delaware, from the comfort of your home with live online video consultations. No matter how much weight you need to lose, NJ Diet is for you. Don't wait for your doctor to give you bad news, then try to figure it out. Stay ahead of your health by calling 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET, or visit njdiet.com and lose the weight for good.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Good morning. Thought I'd help you wake up.
It's 6 a.m. and you're listening to The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Let the party begin!
The show starts now.
And we begin your Tuesday morning John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. Day after Hoodie went on today. And it was a tough one. Tough loss last night. 6 a.m. hour brought to you by our friends at Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White is here for the pro. It was a late night. Our own Connor Thomas was on the air, I believe, till 1 a.m. I did not listen until 1 a.m., but I did listen on the way home. He did a nice job there. Left a despondent Lincoln Financial Field last night, where it seemed like the vast majority of people were quietly shuffling to their cars, which I don't know if that's a positive or not, because there wasn't a bunch of it didn't seem like a big angry mob heading to their cars. There is one thing I note, though, this morning, and I'd like to just start here, is that two statements can be true. The Eagles played like crap for most of the night. And in the second half, the referees had a few moments that definitely were suboptimal. It didn't cost them the game. The Eagles cost themselves the game. The Eagles weren't the better team last night. The Eagles didn't deserve to win that game last night. But both statements true. I will say one thing. I loved Nick Sirianni's answer after the game, and we'll talk a little bit about it, about losing, and he didn't want to make a bunch of excuses. I heard A.J. Brown this morning on Channel 6 News talking about the fact that, look, you lose a game. You move on from that game. Jason Kelce, you don't blame the officials. You lost the game. I think the maturity, the poise, the just adult nature of how the Eagles accepted the loss and how they handled the loss, to me, gives me a bunch of confidence moving forward that this is a sheer blip on the radar. And that's where I sit to start the day. I can't do it. I can't come in and muster the fake Philly sports radio outrage and give you the phone numbers and just say, scream. Let's get it out today. Just scream. You have every reason to. Seriously, that was bad last night. That was bad. And it was bad from the beginning. It seemed like even after they were up 7-0, the quick drive back by the Commanders was a bit shocking to me. It was a long night, and these nights happen. It sucked. Terribly sucked. But I refuse to do the referees cost us the game talking points or the you should be outraged that the Eagles lost a game after starting 8-0. I can't muster either one of them.
No, and it's funny. One of the first things I thought of last night, the game ends and you sit there and you kind of, wallow in it. But one of the first things I thought of was a soundbite after Minnesota won against Buffalo on Sunday. And the Minnesota announcer saying, and the Vikings are 8-1. They are 8-1. And they're so excited about it. Well, your Eagles are 8-1.
Yes.
But we're certainly not screaming through the rooftops that they're 8-1 today. Yeah, you know what? And I'll have more on this when I give you my column in about an hour.
I've been looking forward to the column, too.
Yeah. It took all the weirdness of what last night was in order for a team to beat the Eagles. Now, a far inferior team? Yes. A team that came in here that, I don't know, had some kind of a chip on it. Like, did they look like they won the Super Bowl last night?
Yeah, they acted like they won something last night.
Yeah, I mean, they got a turnover there, and the way they're, I think it was the Quez Watkins turnover, where they're on the sideline jumping on each other like college kids. Admirable. I always appreciate emotion, especially in professional players. That's cool. But they had a little something going on last night. Washington was really prepared, really wanted to come in here and show something, as most teams would. But there was a little extra something there last night for them, and the Eagles couldn't respond. And it took a lot of extenuating circumstances, I'll say, to make that. And I'm not saying no way like the Eagles got screwed. Not saying that at all. Weirdness. Lots of weird. They ran the ball 49 times. When was the last time you ever heard of a football team, a professional football team, running a football that much? And that's what Washington did last night. And they weren't even that good at it.
No, they weren't.
No, but it was just such a weird game. They had the ball for 40 minutes to Eagles 20.
I was here. I went through for just sitting up in the press box, just going through some of my Twitter during the course of the game, especially at halftime. Eagles are getting gashed on the ground. Getting gashed? Giving up less than 4 yards a carry? What? What are you talking? Have you watched football? Now, could they get the Commanders off the field on a third down? Nope. That was over and over again. And that was pitiful. There were a lot of things to be upset about last night. The nonsense that will come out today is what is just going to aggravate me, I'm sure, in the course of the week. Patty, not a good night.
No.
Not a good night. But I know you have a logical brain. I know you do.
That's debatable.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, I do. I know you do.
Yeah, really?
I know he does.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see it, Pat.
Come on, Pat, bring it to us. I know you've got it. I know you have it in you.
What do you want from me here?
Get off my back.
Yeah,
you put too much pressure on me.
I blame myself in many ways.
Why's that?
You know, you come out here, you start peacocking around. You're 8-0. Start saying they're gonna dominate. This won't be a game. You start talking Gardner Minshew. I got to look in the mirror, John. Just like these football players, I have to look in the mirror. I have to take some blame and responsibility.
You're like A.J. Brown. You're like Jason Kelsey. You're being mature about this.
I'm basically those guys, yeah.
Very similar. You're being mature about that. Pat, I have something that every Eagles fan can start their day with, and I shared it on social media. Just some positive brain ammunition, because you're going to be combating the negative Eagles nonsense all day long. I take you to November 15th last year. Okay? We go back 1 year.
Okay.
The 2021 Super Bowl champion Rams had 3 losses on this date. Not 1, 3. They averaged 17-point losses in their 3 losses. The 2020 Super Bowl champion Buccaneers on this date, November 15th, had 3 losses. Not 1, 3, by an average of 16 points in 3 losses. The 2019 Chiefs, on this same date, November 15th, had 4 losses by an average of 6 points, but they had 4 losses. And the 2018 Patriots had 3 losses on this date by an average of 17 points. None of them were exposed. None of them were done. None of them were cooked. None of them were frauds. So it's just logic that I'm going to insert into people's brains today a bit when you're going to hear, oh, the Eagles have been exposed. Really? Well, the last 4 Super Bowl champions had a minimum of 3 losses on this date. None of them exposed. None of them frauds. None of them losers. But you're going to feel that way today when you hear the negative among you. When you hear them, that's what you're going to hear today.
And that's all right. That's all right for fans to be upset and to be negative. And, yeah, there's some things that they better shore up if they're going to be, compared to the teams you're talking about, Super Bowl champions.
That were much worse on this date. Much worse.
So what? I don't care about past champions and what others did. I care about this football team right now. And in the here and now, you have to be better against the run. Yeah, they weren't horrible against the run last time, but they couldn't get the other team off the field. 21 times Washington had third down, and 12 times they got a first down. That can't. Stupid football. Stupid is going down and then getting up and not protecting the football, knowing that someone is coming from behind. Stupid football is, whether you agree with it or not, putting yourself in a position to be called for a penalty that, is kind of, I don't want to say game-changing, but doesn't give you a chance to make the game change for the rest of the night. Is there concerns? Yeah, there is.
Absolutely.
I'm concerned that on that first play of the game, I think it was right around there, A.J. Brown, I don't know if he tweaked something, and that's why he was kind of invisible for the rest of the night. Remember, he pulled up. I don't know if you could see where you were,
and
John.
Then he was on the sideline, and he was stretching it out.
Yeah, kind of pulled up, limped there a little bit. I don't know. Jalen Hurts' play last night, he looked like he threw a lot of ducks to me last night. There were a lot of balls that were just didn't look good. Why are your receivers not getting open last night the way they should have? There's concerns. Is the sky falling? Is this team not who we thought they were? No, but if you're not concerned today, then that's worse than being overconfident than you were yesterday.
Having concern is one thing. Making grandiose statements about a team when, and I completely disagree with you on, yes, previous champions and previous seasons, history matters. It matters when consistently Super Bowl teams are determined, like with our Eagles in 2017.
Nah, totally
when they're determined later in seasons. They don't tend to be playing their best ball before Thanksgiving. They tend to play their best ball December, January, when they round into shape. Do the Eagles need to clean up a lot of things? Sure. Is the sky falling? I think it's absurd. I think that point of view is absurd. Pat's looking. Pat, it's not. It's not falling. Look above you. Look straight above you.
So I think this perfectly sums up Eagles fans after the loss, right? So I'm in a group text with my buddy. One's an Eagles fan, one's a Washington fan. So the Eagles fan says, Eagles won't win another game.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Wait, who said this? One of your buddies?
The Eagles fan. Eagles won't win another game. The Washington fan said, you're sweeping the Giants. They're actually a fraud. And then the Eagles fan right away says, you woke up a sleeping giant.
Oh my gosh.
That's like the emotions of losing a game like that. Immediately it's the sky is falling, and then it's you remember, oh yeah, they're 8-1. Like they're a really good football team, and it's a blip on the radar. Or at least you hope it's a blip on the radar.
Yeah, and I agree though. There's concerns, and there's every reason to be concerned. I saw a lot of things that I was concerned with last night. So many. But one of them being is just, I thought the biggest concern to me was the third down, not being able to get them off the field. They were in third. I want to go back later today, and I'm going to watch it again. I want to go and see the third, how many times they were in 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 2.
Yeah.
I swear it was all night long.
It seemed like it.
It was all night that it was 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2. And in the NFL, I know this. The Eagles are deadly 3rd and 1 and 3rd and 2. They're almost impossible to stop. So I don't know why you would expect differently from any other team to not have great success when they're put into that situation.
It was just such a weird game last night.
Yeah.
Even the Eagles' first touchdown, you get it on a strip sack, okay. And then Washington marches down the field, a long, long drive. And all the weirdness, it gets to be, 8 minutes in to go in the game, and you're still only behind by one score. And I'm thinking to myself, my God, as bad as this game has been, as weird as it's been, as many things that hasn't gone the Eagles' way, and I don't say that in a way of oh, no, the referees, whatever. I just mean things didn't go their way, from fumbles to interceptions, whatever it may be. They were still right there to win the game.
They were.
And maybe should have won the game. If Quez Watkins makes that catch and goes down and they go in and score a touchdown, I think the defense has some momentum, and then, boom, you might wind up pulling out a game, and you say, God, for as horrible as they played.
We escaped that one.
Exactly. But it didn't happen, and it took a lot of weirdness and a lot of plays that you haven't seen this team make previously this season in order for somebody to come in here and beat them.
Quez was terrible. That was absolutely terrible. You can't. That to me might be one of the worst plays I've seen in that you cannot ever allow. You can't allow that to happen.
Yeah,
you cannot allow that.
It's your hardest. It's weird when you're trying to get up off of a ground and still hold on to a football tightly. That's when you're. I mean, I know I was taught when I was little. If you see somebody doing that. If somebody's getting up off the ground, that's when their arms are at their loosest, and
Correct.
That's when you can go for the ball.
He should have known that. I mean, he really should have. Hey, real estate developers, Spring Garden Lending specializes in bridge and permanent loans that help you acquire, rehab, construct, and refinance investment properties. Spring Garden Lending is faster than a bank and less expensive than a hard money lenders. If you want to share your thoughts with us, get a little off your chest, you may at 610-632-0975. We'd love to hear from you. Our jurors have checked in. We have 9 jurors that have checked in this morning. Coach, we have 3 jurors that have sort of gone MIA in the course of the action, right?
Maybe they.
What was that noise? What was that?
Is there a bird in there?
Yeah.
Seriously, what is that?
It's yelling for 3 hours at kids on a soccer field yesterday.
My gosh.
We're getting yelled at.
I mean, that was
true. Thanks, Bob.
Bob brings up a happy memory for you there.
Yeah, the jurors, actually, the ones who called in were excellent. Were really, really good.
We've had a great jury this year.
Yeah.
We've had a great jury. And Pat, I think that your friends and the group text is a perfect microcosm of what I think most people will navigate today at work. Because a lot of people probably went right to bed and, you're a night owl. Some people probably just went right to bed and were like, that sucked. Let me go to bed. I think that's what you're going to navigate at work today.
Yeah,
you're going to navigate the positive person, the negative person, and then the middle of the road person. You'll probably and which fan pisses you off? Any?
No, I get all of it.
No, you understand all of it and you accept all of it.
In this one situation, I understand all of it. Yeah, I don't think you're wrong to feel anyway. It does annoy me, like if the Eagles go out there and lose a game that they should win in a season where you're not 8-1, right? You need that game, and they lay an egg, and somebody's being overly positive. I don't really want to hear it, but no, in this situation today, go ahead.
Yeah, I think any reaction that's elicited from anyone is fine. You could say, yeah, they're 8-1. You were going to lay an egg at some point. Okay, you can be pissed off because they did things last night that we have not seen yet this season. You can be ticked off at that. That's fine, too.
And that's fine.
Because if it doesn't elicit emotion, apathy starts, say, whatever. And 8-0 shouldn't elicit apathy. And we talked about this last night before we did the pregame show.
I felt it. I felt it walking in. I have felt it walking in the last 3 games to do pregame down there, that the Eagles fan base the energy was poor in the parking lots.
Well, yeah.
It didn't seem like a big game.
You wondered. I mean, I got there last night, 4 hours before the game, because that's when the parking lot that we can go into opens. And usually it is a huge line waiting for that to open. I was like the 4th car. It was, and then when I parked my car and started walking out, to go into Xfinity Live, there was like 3 cars going in. It was, I do think that there's a little lull in the fandom, and that's okay. It's understandable after the Phillies ride and, this team starting the way it did. Fans don't get blamed for a team performing like that at all. But I think looking within, fans today will have both. You'll have people that are pissed off, and you'll have people that'll be like, okay, that's one loss.
And I got to tell you, too, I think that we've talked about it before. What was it, Game 4 of the World Series? Where people were like, well, the fans aren't doing anything. I'm like, wait a minute, when you're being no-hit? Yeah. I think the fans feed off the team. I don't think it's the job of the fans to fire up players. Last night, if fans were on their sitting on their hands in the first half, it's because they were getting their heart turned out. It was death by 1,000 cuts. That first half, I totally understand it. If the fans were flat, then that's on the Eagles. That's not on the fans because that game was terrible.
Yeah,
first half.
Yeah, I don't have
awful.
a problem with that. No.
Hey, Adam joins us to start off the day. Adam, good morning. You're on the Fanatic.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, buddy. What's going on today?
So I agree with you guys. They 1,000% did not deserve to win that game. But don't you think on something like a player safety issue, like a face mask that causes a fumble, like don't you think that should be able to be reversed?
We do. Well, how about this one for you? Listen. Hang on the line with us here. Listen to Troy Aikman discuss this in the post game on SportsCenter with Scott Van Pelt, and I think Adam, he's going to agree with you.
It's just a tough way for a game to end. It's the right call, but we see a lot of calls made over the course of a weekend or over a season that affect an outcome of a game, and it was the right call as far as how the rule reads, but it's just you don't walk away from the game feeling all that great about it, and I don't know what the answer is to that. It's clear Brandon Graham was not doing anything malicious, but it is what it is. At a time when we have instant replay and we're able to review things, they missed the face mask earlier on Goddard, and yet when they go and they review whether or not he fumbled, they see that it's a face mask, but yet nobody can do anything about it. I never was in favor of instant replay. I don't think the game's any less controversial with it. In fact, in many ways, it's more controversial. So it kind of is what it is, and we have to accept it.
I think that is a great, Adam, you and Troy Aikman on the same page there.
I think so. And I get you can't go back and look at every little ticky-tack PI or whatever or holding call, but something like a player safety issue like that.
I agree. I agree. That's one to me that Adam, appreciate your call, getting the day started like that. 610-632-0975. I think Troy gave a good summary there, though.
Yeah. I'm all about that. I've said to you guys before about baseball. I want it to be humanized. I don't want it to be all a computer thing. That play last night, I mean, one of the replays that they showed with the Goddard thing, there's a referee standing directly in front of him.
I don't understand
I mean, the camera's right behind him, and you see, you could tell the way he went down, it was awkward. Okay? Watching it on TV, you could tell the way he went down was awkward, and it looked like he was hurt. So how are you not staying there and say, all right, awkward, what is that? Okay, face mask. How they miss that? What is there, 9 judges on the field and referees? How do they all miss that?
It was crazy. That was a bad one. Pat, how did they handle it on the broadcast during the game when that happened? Were they calling it out?
Yeah, it was similar to that. It's like they saw the replay and they immediately knew that there's nothing they can do about it, and they criticized the fact there's nothing they can do about it. It's a crappy rule. I mean, I think if the penalty is going to be 15 yards, you should be able to replay it. But Troy's right. Like if you're a referee, you got to be like, all right, so we're replaying this to find if it was a fumble or not. Oh, there's an egregious face mask that I missed, but I can't call it. That's dumb.
That may have been one of the longest face masks as far as face mask penalties that I've potentially ever seen that wasn't on a sideline.
Yeah, that's what makes it worse, is it wasn't a ticky-tack face mask. It was a grab, rip.
And drag him to the ground.
It was rough.
Hey, UPS, I would say to that official that missed that call.
All of them.
Well, UPS is now hiring warehouse workers, drivers. I wouldn't suggest they be drivers for UPS because they've got to have good eyesight. And tractor-trailer drivers near you. You can apply now at upsjobs.com/shift. upsjobs.com/shift. Make the shift, and you can make a difference. Jalen Hurts, though, Bob, 17 of 26, 175. I think I heard some quacking up in the press boxes, some of those passes. I agree with you.
It just looked different.
It was not a good – there wasn't the zip.
That's it.
A.J. Brown ball, by the way, was great throw.
Yeah.
And people are criticizing it that he threw an interception. That was a great ball.
It hit A.J. Brown in the hands. Yeah.
Come on. And A.J. Brown, by the way, I'm not criticizing him. He usually makes that catch probably 8 out of 10 times.
Yeah, I really do think he tweaked something early and he wasn't 100%. But there was like a 15-yard in by Devontae Smith that Jalen Hurts threw, and it just stayed in the air a little bit too long and allowed the Washington defender to kind of close out on that. There wasn't enough plays. They only had like 40-some plays on offense. They didn't have time to get into a rhythm. I don't think Jalen Hurts really felt, okay, here we are, because it was, all I can say is that was one of the weirdest games I've ever seen.
That was a weird, that first half, that was the first half, and it's dumb on my part. Because that's a first half that if someone said to me, here's the script of what will happen in the first half of Commanders-Eagles, and I would have said that's never going to happen. No one is going to get run 51 plays on the Eagles in the first half. That's never going to happen. By the way, most plays run by any team in the first half this year.
Yeah, they alluded to that
incredible.
on the TV last night. 81 to 47 offensive plays last night. 81 to 47.
41 minutes of possession?
Yeah, 40 to 20 it was.
That's disgraceful.
Yeah.
Hey, 610-632-0975. You got some thoughts to share with us. How does the road look ahead, and where do you go from here? John Kincade Show. The day after on 97.5 The Fanatic. Did you know that rural counties in the United States have a lower incidence of cancer, but they have higher cancer death rates? Or that black men are 90% more likely to die from prostate cancer compared to white men? Or that Hispanic patients have more than double the mortality rate for liver cancer compared to white patients? It's John Kincade for the American Association for Cancer Research. And as many of you know, as a 2-time cancer survivor, I'm here thanks to the great treatments and amazing doctors that I've been cancer-free for 24 years. The great researchers that are funded every year by the American Association for Cancer Research. Not everybody has access to the same great care that I did. And that's why the AACR is working every day to change those numbers. The AACR is the official charity of the John Kincade Show. And right now they need your help to continue their life-saving research. Donate now, and we're going to triple your gift. So you give $10, we're going to make it 30. Go to 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR. You give 100, we're making it 300. To help us defeat cancer, the gift will be tripled. That's 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR.
The John Kincade Show.
This is not radio fantasy camp. We're on the air here.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
Hey, it's Jen Scordo. Now's the perfect time to download FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. That's free bets back if your first bet doesn't win. Just sign up using my promo code SCORDO. That's my last name. Not only are there a ton of things to bet on right now, there are a ton of ways to bet on the FanDuel app. Money lines, spreads, player props, same-game parlays. You've got pro football, college football, tennis, soccer, golf, hockey, basketball. It is a rich time for sports betting right now. And how about live betting? You can get updated odds on games that have already started. Most importantly, with FanDuel, you get paid when you win super fast. It's all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. Sign up using my promo code SCORDO for a no-sweat first bet. That's promo code SCORDO. And make every moment more this season with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL.
21 plus and present. PA first online real money wager only. Refund issued is non-withdrawable free bets and expires in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi guys, it's Andrew with Oak Hills Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED and sick of the pills? Well, we have a major medical breakthrough that has helped thousands of men. Our wave technology is backed by 50 clinical studies, including from Cambridge University. It's proven to increase blood flow by repairing blood vessels. No pills and no side effects. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED and turn back the clock in the bedroom, call us now. And not only will the assessment and blood flow ultrasound be free, we'll also include something unique that produces immediate results in the bedroom. I don't think I've ever heard of it failing. This offer is worth $600, but it's free to those that call in the next 2 minutes. 215-302-9999. That's 215-302-9999. Guys, put a stop to your ED and get your love life back. Call Oak Hills Medical Clinic now to qualify for this unprecedented offer. 215-302-9999.
Hey, it's Hunter from my friends at FC Kerbeck. My family's been buying trucks and SUVs from Kerbeck for longer than I can remember. Why? Because Kerbeck always has the best selection at the lowest price. Period. And then they follow it up with the best service to keep our trucks running like new for years. But if you've waited to buy, then now you will win. Because Kerbeck Buick GMC has 150 factory fresh Buicks and GMC in stock and reduced. From GMC Sierra pickups to Acadias, Terrains, and 2023 Buick Enclaves. Buy GMC Terrains from just $22.99 or lease a brand new 2022 GMC Terrain from $249 per month, 3.9% for 72 months, plus $2,500 on 2022 GMC Sierras. And FC Kerbeck is close to everywhere, right over the bridge in Palmyra. The Kerbeck family has owned and operated this dealership for over 100 years, about the time that my family started buying from them. Kerbeck will also buy your car even if you don't buy one from them. Call 1-8337-KERBECK for full offer details or at KerbeckCars.com. Tell them Hunter sent you.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Anticipation is building. The holidays are just around the corner, and at the Home Depot, we can't wait. With Black Friday savings all through November, you can count down to Christmas early with a Santa Countdown Inflatable Special Buy, only $69.98. Or anticipate when friends and family come to visit with an entrance full of LED lights that will welcome them and the holidays with open arms. Get the holiday magic started early. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
You don't want to miss out on live hockey action when the Philadelphia Flyers hit the ice at Wells Fargo Center this November.
Provorov shot, rebound, score! Wade Allison ties the game!
Be here for all the biggest matchups, rivalry games, and more.
D'Angelo from the point finds his way through. Power play goal!
Get your tickets now, only at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com.
Dell Technologies Black Friday event has arrived with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 50% off select performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
'Tis the season of snowblowers and generators. Lawn and Golf Supply in Phoenixville has every size snowblower in stock right now. Lawn and Golf also specializes in parts and services to keep your equipment running smoothly throughout all seasons. Now to the end of the year, Lawn and Golf is running specials on overflow inventory from spring and summer. I'm talking riding and zero-turn mowers. Go to lawn-golf.com for all your outdoor equipment needs. That's lawn-golf.com. Lawn and Golf Supply Company in Phoenixville has you covered for all seasons.
Listen to 97.5 The Fanatic everywhere. On Alexa at 975thefanatic.com, the Fanatic app, and now on Odyssey.
Hey, it's Coach. Last night sucked. Plus, I went 0 for 4 on my bets. But here's the good thing. We have a short week. The Birds are in Indy on Sunday, and the early line on my Caesars Sportsbook app is Birds minus 8.5. And for all you new users out there, your first bet with Caesars is on Caesars. All you have to do, download that Caesars Sportsbook app right now. Take your phone out, use the promo code Radio Folding, and make your first bet. Here's the great thing about it. If you make that first bet and you don't win, you're going to get your money back as a free bet up to $1,250. Plus, when you bet with Caesars, you're going to earn towards stays at some of Caesars' iconic locations. They have Vegas, Atlantic City, maybe Reno. Plus, you're going to earn towards dinners and tickets and really cool experiences and a whole lot more. But you have to remember, use the promo code RadioFull. Caesars Sportsbook open to new users in New Jersey who are 21 and over. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as a credit. Must use within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promo for full terms. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Sorry, this is your life right now. Listening to me on the radio.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on The Fanatic on the day after. You want to get in with us, you can. 610-632-0975. We're going to hear from our first set of jurors coming up. And you know, you may not always need a new water heater, but when you do, choose Bradford White. Bradford White's here for the pro. I know what I thought was my positive thought this morning, Bob, as the day began, was I love rivalry and I love things that remind me of what rivalries are all about and gets me motivated for the next time that you face a rival. The Washington Commanders, more like the Commodes, last night celebrated like they won a Super Bowl. And you brought it up in the first segment. Boy, did they win something last night? Because they certainly acted like it, the fourth-place Commanders. But last night, too, I didn't even realize this part of it. They were dancing around to blasting Dreams and Nightmares in their locker room afterwards.
It's like it was their Super Bowl.
And then they were popping, like, on a 30-minute plane flight. They were, like, popping beers like it was a division celebration for, like, winning the wild card.
I can't get mad at that.
No, me neither.
Look, I mean,
I think it's stupid.
No, they were 5-4, or are they even 5? Are they 4-5 at the time?
They're 5-5 now. Yeah.
4-5, 11-point underdog team facing an undefeated team. That's not like a little bit on. They're 8-0 on the road. Yeah, I'd probably be celebrating like I won something because you won the game. I'd be celebrating,
but mocking the other team, eh?
Yeah,
really.
Yeah. That happens every week in the NFL. Like we act like in Philly. It's like the only it happens in sports way too much. The Astros, and by way too much, I should say way too often. But we think it's just like it just happens to us. Like the Astros did it during the World Series. Now Washington's doing it. I saw their Twitter account had a Batman thing that was pretty funny.
Well, Astros doing it during the World Series, I get. It's the World Series. This is a team that got to 500 last night.
Yeah.
And I don't see this ever in the NFL.
Okay.
Teams getting to 500 and celebrating like they won something.
Yeah, because you don't see teams get to 500 by beating the only undefeated team that's 8-0 on the road.
That is a good point. Big win.
I
but I do not see teams going 500 dancing around like they won something and making it very, very public. That rarely do I ever remember that.
I think it's probably more public than you think because all these guys are on Instagram. All these guys go live in the locker room a lot of times. So I don't think they have that same reaction if they beat Jacksonville or Indy. But I think the 8-0 nature of it, I can't get mad at them.
I mean, the Buccaneers went to 5-5 on Sunday. I saw them.
But that's a team that's actually accomplished something before.
Okay.
They have dreams of the Super Bowl. Like we can.
I got you. I mean,
this is your Super Bowl. It was.
I mean,
we all know it. That was the Washington.
So do you act like? See, do you act like you're a team that handles themselves a certain way? Like I didn't see the 49ers the other night. I didn't see the end of the
championship game.
Yeah. So okay. So
I'm sure if like
I don't
the
think
other
teams
team had
act
a
like
shtick,
this though.
I'm sure if the other team that they beat had a shtick, the social media team does something. But
okay.
I mean, yeah.
Social media team I got no problem with. It's the players.
Well, I mean,
I have no problem with the emotion of it at all. Look, you're going into a week, you're 4-5, your season is kind of in the balance of what's going on. You lost your starting quarterback, you're starting to rally behind your backup. Ron Rivera's probably like, look, guys, this could make a season here. You're going in on Monday Night Football, playing an undefeated team. The emphasis that he probably put on this game with those players may have been a lot higher than they've been at before. So for the emotion to come out afterwards, I don't mind that at all. I really don't. It doesn't bother me. And look, if it gives the Eagles motivation for the next time they play them, well, whether it's playoffs or next year, whatever, so be it.
Hey, Joe in Horsham joins us on The Fanatic. Joe, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good guys. How you doing?
Great to have you on the show. What's going on?
I just want to bring some positivity to that.
Good.
There's only, look, there's still 8-1. All right, you got to remember. Was that a bad game last night? Obviously. Didn't like how they played at all. Some things need to change, but I don't want to hear, if there's one fan I don't want to hear from today, it's the one that's, the sky is falling. They're going to be terrible. How are we supposed to beat the Giants? I don't want to hear it. I do not want to hear that.
I agree with you. I think first of all, I think it's absurd. Second of all, as I pointed out earlier on in the show, we just have to look at the last 4 Super Bowl champs, and they all had 3 losses minimum on this same date on the calendar.
Exactly.
I mean, it's ridiculous to overreact to one loss. You can react, though, to what you saw last night and say it's crap, because that was pretty bad.
Oh, it was definitely bad. You can react and, obviously understand that there are some things that have to change and things that you got to improve on. But we all knew the odds of them going completely undefeated on the season obviously was not going to happen. We knew they were going to lose. I didn't think it'd be Washington, but, it is what it is. You just got to bounce back from this.
Joe, you're too logical for this morning. Thank you for that. I appreciate that very much. A little too logical.
Yeah, well, and the logic is this also. Over the last 5 games, they're giving up 144 yards on the ground. That's crap. Like your boy Jonathan Gannon, wasn't impressed with him last night. It's Taylor Heineke. Where's some? And I'm not like, oh, you got to blitz him, but something.
Well, you blitz Kirk Cousins more than that.
Yeah, like something. Do something different. Maybe your corners didn't have it all last night. You are missing Avonte Maddox, who went on IR before the game. There was nothing there. And they are just like, look, you can talk about, okay, Washington didn't have a great running average, under 4 yards a carry last night, but they felt comfortable enough to do it 49 times. And they did it to the tune of holding on to the football. And I think I brought it up to you a couple of weeks ago. I said, what's the way you beat the Eagles? If you look at the Eagles and you say, all right, how do we stop them? How do we stop their receivers, their running game, the offensive line? It's by holding on to the football. I said it to you 2 weeks ago, and now you're talking about 144 yards on the ground average the last 5 games. It's a real problem. And I understand Jordan Davis being out, but if he's going to use that excuse, or I'm sure they won't use it as an excuse, but that's a rookie player who's playing 20% of your snaps. So don't give that to me like that's the reason the run game, you're getting gouged by the other team's run game. Jonathan Gannon has to figure stuff out.
Well,
and I wasn't impressed with him at all last
I thought it was
night.
a terrible game plan. I thought the offensive game plan was horrible. I don't understand.
Why are they not running the football in the first half?
What are you doing? More importantly, at second half, and we're sitting there saying, like, oh, boy, looking like, what are they going to do in the second half? I said, they're getting the ball. And I said, and this is going to be a series that is going to remind you of the Dallas game or the Cardinals game. I thought they were going to go out, and they were going to do run it down their throats, lean on their offensive line, the strength of your team, and pass happy Shane Steichen, Nick Sirianni last night. It was a terrible game plan. They were pass happy again last night.
2 rushes by running backs in the first half last night.
It was terrible.
2.
Hey, Seth in Philadelphia joins us. Seth, good morning. You're on the Fanatic.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing, guys?
We've been better, Seth, but what about you?
I'm good. I just want to say that last night, even though it was a tough loss, Jalen Hurts is a franchise quarterback. This man made a pass to Quez Watkins on the drive to win the game, and the pass was beautiful. I get what Quez was trying to do, but the pass from Jalen was beautiful. And the fact that Jalen went to him after the play, after he fumbled, and gave him a fist pound and let him know, hey, it's all right, we'll get another chance. That lets me know that Jalen has the intangibles of a leader, and that can lead you to a Super Bowl.
Seth, that's a great point. That's a great point, and I didn't even see that. Like, I didn't see that part of it, the afterwards. I have no doubt that his leadership qualities are off the charts.
Yeah.
That his intangibles are off the charts. I thought there was I thought the throw to A.J. Brown was beautiful. I didn't care that it got intercepted. I want him to take that shot consistently, and I think A.J. comes down with it many, many times.
Yeah, I really have I thought about it last night, this morning driving in. Do I have any problems with the way Jalen Hurts played last night? Not really.
No,
not really at all. They didn't have the ball an awful lot. I mean, 40 plays ridiculous. But I had no problem with Jalen Hurts last night. The one run, I thought he might have taken off a little early, late in the game when he got sacked and they wound up punting. And that was another questionable thing. There's 2-something to go in the game, and you're 4th down at your own 18 or something. Why are you punting there?
I don't know.
And then they get an illegal guy downfield because Sippos bobbled the punt or whatever.
Well,
but
I think it was a fake.
Really? I think I thought he mishandled the ball.
The broadcast made it sound like he just mishandled the football.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. The broadcast made it sound like he moved over because he was confident he was going to get blocked.
Oh, okay.
Which I thought look on the replay like if he got the punt off, it was getting blocked.
I wondered if it was a fake.
I thought initially it was, but if you look at the replay, it would have gotten blocked.
Hey, one more. Ben from Delco joins us on the Fanatic. Good morning, Ben.
Good morning, guys.
Great to have you on.
So, first of all, I'm glad we got this ugly loss out of our way at this point in the season rather than, later when we're fighting for playoff position. And it was a division game. They're always tough games. Doesn't matter if we play Washington and they have no wins. They always play us tough. Now, I think one glaring issue we have, it's funny because, John, you were talking about it yesterday, saying how you put your foot in your mouth about Sirianni with the no tackling in training camp. And I think that it's a huger issue than people are addressing.
Yeah, they were a terrible tackling team last night.
We missed so many tackles.
Yeah, and by the way, they are the worst tackling team in the NFL.
And teams know that. And a coach like Ron Rivera, he studies every aspect of the game, and he knows that, and teams are going to take advantage of that. And, my only concern is, the things that we didn't do well last night. Was it just, a one-off game type thing, or did Washington find something in us and, exploit it, and it's going to follow?
Well, hopefully we're going to see against the Colts on Sunday a recovery there. Hopefully you see a recovery, or there will be reason for major concern.
Jonathan Taylor wrenched it up a little bit this past weekend and started getting his running legs going. So, look, this run defense, it's a scary thing right now, and they have to correct it. They have to get better at it. Otherwise, it hinders your offense. It keeps your offense off the field, and therefore they can't have all the explosiveness that they can and should have. And it's a real remedy about how to play against these Eagles, and last night Washington showed how to beat these Eagles.
I can't believe we're 44 minutes into the show, and something that I have in my notes here has not been brought up. Darius Slay was awful last night.
Yeah.
He had an first two quarters, he was terrible.
Yeah, McLaurin kind of owned him a little bit last night.
I mean, he look, and I know that Darius has had an amazing year. Slay's been great. He's been great. Off the charts. He had a terrible game last night. I mean, and no one brings it up because I think it's like, well, he's been so good the rest of the year, you don't want to bring it up. You should bring it up. They lost last night. Part of it was because of the fact that, talk about Taylor Heineke, Darius Slay got owned last night.
I mean, we're talking Taylor Heineke.
Oh, I know.
Isn't there stuff that you can do to not make him feel so if there was a word to describe him last night, I think comfortable would be one of the top 5 words that you put out there. And
sure,
to me, it goes right back to Jonathan Gannon too. How can you let him play a comfortable game like that?
Hey, this year's jury is brought to you by the personal injury law firm of Flager and Associates. Who cares? Prepare and win. Visit FlagerLaw.com. Patrick, where do we start?
Let's start with Ann in St. Pete.
Hi, it's Ann in St. Pete. Well, the Eagles beat themselves in a super frustrating loss. I knew we wouldn't have an undefeated season, but I didn't see our first loss happening against the Washington Commanders. But let's be honest, that game was a bucket of suck. Takeaways, the lack of timely adjustments, the time of possession, and the defensive line looked cooked. It's a short week, and it'll be interesting to see how the coaches and players respond to their first loss.
And that's very succinct. A bucket of suck? It's a big bucket, Pat.
I'd call it a barrel almost.
It was almost a barrel. Where we go next?
Let's go to Brian.
This is Eagles juror Brian Weiler. Such a disappointment after waiting 11 days. All week and during the pregame, I thought the Eagles looked and talked confidently. But the defense was flat for 3 quarters, and they were so careless. 3 roughing calls, 3 turnovers, and I hated the coaching decision to punt the ball on 4th down with just a little over 2 minutes remaining. I felt like they deserved to lose. Try to get back on the horse next week.
There you go. Get back on the horse.
Yeah, like people are saying, flush it. These things happen. We talked yesterday. It was funny about, is there such a thing as a good loss? No, you never want to lose. But people are saying it today. Okay, you got your one bad game, hopefully one bad game out of the way. You got your asses handed to you last night. Now time to move on.
All right, last up, Patty, for this time.
Yeah, let's go to Dante.
What's up, guys? Dante here from the Northeast reporting for jury duty. Before everybody goes blaming the refs and everything else or Brandon Graham, you're not going to win many games with committing 3 turnovers. You're just not. The defense, I don't know whether we had Jonathan Gannon out there or Jim Schwartz. The defense was atrocious. They couldn't stop the run. They couldn't get a stop on 3rd down. The defense was just atrocious.
It was atrocious. It was terrible.
Yeah.
Not good at all.
No.
Not good.
No, and you can say, and they talked about it last time, when you're on the field that much, as a defense. It's got to be really hard. I mean, you're out there for over 40 minutes of a football game. Way, way too much. But that being said, I'm sitting there agreeing with the announcers. You're right. They're out there too much. But what are they doing to get off the field? They're not stopping the run. They're not overloading the box to try to stop the run. They're not getting turnovers. I don't see anything in the scheme of Jonathan Gannon that looks different to try to get them off the field. It was just frustrating.
Let's see. In Cooney's Corner, we now look at the NFC race in a different perspective.
Now, let's see what's in Cooney's Corner.
Yeah, and is it kind of gulp time? Like, that's right. Now, Minnesota just has one loss. Granted, it is to the Eagles. You have, and they put it up last night, until you see it visually, what the NFC East has done this year. It's amazing.
It is.
Washington's 500, and they're the worst team in the division. And you're talking 7-2s and 8-1s. And does last night throw you, like John, you said Christmas Eve isn't going to matter. I don't know. No, I do not believe it will.
I mean, I'm not blinking. I'm not 99%.
Okay. I mean, look, I'm not saying, no, God, last night scares you. But the reality is there. The reality is there that now you're only a half a game or a game ahead of two people in your division, just in your division, let alone the rest of the NFC. And it looks like when teams are starting to get on the uprise, like I said the other day, and with the numbers against the rush and a poor performance last Thursday and then a poor performance last night, are the Eagles starting to dip a little bit when other teams are getting better now?
I think it's absolutely a dip. But I look at the Eagles and I'm saying the Giants aren't sweeping them. I love the way the schedule breaks for them. And again, like Cowboys are at the Vikings this week, Cowboys have the Giants on Thanksgiving, so one of them is taking a loss there. And no, I'm not blinking at all on my idea that Christmas Eve doesn't matter.
All right,
not at all. Not an ounce of blink in me. Patrick, do you look differently at it this morning?
Not one bit.
I don't either.
It's for everything you guys said. You're not getting swept by the Giants. You've already got the game against Washington. No,
You've already beaten the Cowboys once.
Yeah, you're good. That's
as long as it doesn't spiral.
Yeah. No, you're fine.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't spiral out of control.
It's not. I have the utmost confidence it's not going to spiral.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to spiral. I think this team's too good for that. But yeah, if you were to tell me at the beginning of the year that they were going to start 8-0, ultimately 8-1, and not have a comfortable lead over really
I would never
anybody,
have believed it.
I know. So it's like, it's like running a 5-mile race, and your first 3 miles are the best you ever ran, but you turn around and somebody's still right behind you. And you're like, damn, what more do I have to do? So that's just the precarious position I feel like after, as I said to you, being impressed by a lot of NFC teams this weekend and the Eagles taking a little bit of a dip. It's like, okay, how are you going to get out of this? It's a real telling time now, and this running game for the Indianapolis Colts on Sunday, it's a serious thing. And you better watch yourself.
And everybody who mocks the Minnesota Vikings, continue to mock them at your own risk, because I'm telling you right now, I would have the gut instinct that if you play the NFC title game in Minnesota, you're not winning. If that game is played in Minnesota, you are not winning.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
That's my gut instinct. I
don't trust your guts.
I think that is a really, really good thing. Well, I told you they were going to beat them here when everybody else said they wouldn't. Trust my gut then.
Talking about, I picked the Eagles.
It was me and Jamie were the only two people, I think, in town that said that we thought they were going to lose.
We heard negativity all that week. The fear of the thing. Look, I'm just saying to you here, I don't believe
the same fear mongering that you're perpetuating right now.
I would tell you right now, I do not want the NFC title game to be anywhere but here. Here.
Yeah, I mean,
if you have that chance. I don't believe that this is a team that is necessarily. I don't know that they're ready to go on the road in the playoffs and win a huge game. I really don't.
You keep going to the playoffs and this and that, and that's fine. Yeah, that's our difference. I'm looking at Indianapolis and Indianapolis only, and Jonathan Taylor like that. That does scare me. Look, when you're talking about 144 yards on average the last 5 games, and you're going in to face the best running back, one of the top 3 running backs in the NFL on Sunday, after he just put up 140-something.
Right.
Like that's where your concern has to lie. I can't even think about playoffs right now. You got to write this shit.
I appreciate that, Bill Belichick. Thank you.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
I said, Bob, I think you speak for, I hope the players feel the way you do. For fans, it has no effect. For fans, it doesn't have any effect.
What doesn't have any effect?
Like looking ahead. The players, you don't want looking ahead. The fans, we can look ahead all we want.
Yeah,
it doesn't affect the outcome.
I'm in January
what's
right
happening
now.
now.
I'm hoping it doesn't.
Yeah, I'm in January. I'm good.
Hey, Aaron, you want to get a word in here? Aaron, how are you?
Hey, what's up, John?
What are you up to, buddy?
I want to talk about that defense, man. I want to talk about Jonathan Gannon's defense. It was horrible.
I didn't understand why you would blitz Kirk Cousins relentlessly or really put so much pressure on him, especially up the gut. And last night you didn't muster anything on Heineke.
Yeah, I don't understand when your defense can't get off the field, why you're not blitzing. Why are we playing Jim Schwartz defense? We need to be playing Jim Johnston defense.
I like that energy, Aaron. And Pat, all I could think of is with you, because you've always been a sort of a detractor of Jim Schwartz. Last night I saw a lot of Jim Schwartz sticks-style defense in the first half.
Yeah.
A lot of it. And they weren't getting the push up front.
Oh, the front seven was horrible.
That was terrible
night.
last night.
It was non-existent pretty much.
Well, we'll do more of the heroes and the goats from last night, and I'm not talking goats in a good way. But we will continue to be cathartic with you at 610-632-0975. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. I hear people say they hate Steven Singer. Well, I know why his competition hates him. Because he's got the number one gift that the ladies want this holiday season, diamond stud earrings. They're awesome. And Steven has the beautiful, best value, real diamond studs that you're going to find, the Anita diamond stud earrings for under $300. Steven makes it easy so you can buy real diamonds. She's going to love it. No phony sales for you, no haggling, no nonsense. Steven's real diamond studs, flawless to the eye, near colorless, and come with his famous full value lifetime trade-in. So, you want to buy new ones at a later date, you get your full dollar value back in the trade. You can trade them up any time you want. Plus, there's fast and free shipping both ways with Steven Singer Jewelers. They've got the best guarantee in the business. It's a full 100-day, 100% no-hassle money-back guarantee. So start shopping for Christmas. Don't listen to Bob and Pat. It's not too early. Shop now for Christmas with no risk. Go to IHateStevenSinger.com. Click on the Anita Diamond Stud Earrings or visit his showroom at the other corner of 8th and Walnut. Real diamonds, real jeweler, a guy you can trust. Steven Singer Jewelers. Go to IHateStevenSinger.com.
The John Kincade Show.
Oh, geez, look at the butt on that. Yeah, he must work out.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hey guys, it's Andrew. Now's the perfect time to download FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. It's America's #1 sports book. New customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. That's free bets back. If your first bet doesn't win, just sign up with promo code Fanatic. I love betting on FanDuel. They give you everything. Of course, you have football. You can bet on the Birds every single week. Money line, point spread, maybe some player props. But of course, you can also go with our team on the hardwood and our team on the ice. I love that FanDuel lets you live bet. And of course, the same game parlays. It's all in this one app that is safe, secure, and super easy to use. Just sign up with promo code Fanatic for your no-sweat first bet. Again, up to $1,000. That's promo code Fanatic. Make every moment more this season with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL.
21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. Refund issued is non-withdrawable free bets that expires in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Yo, Philadelphia, Anthony Gargano here with the new voice of Spring Garden Lending, President Andy Racklin, a national player in economic development and finance. Andy!
Happy to be back, Anthony.
All right, last time we talked, you said your game plan to expand Spring Garden Lending's product lineup and open new markets. So?
We're batting 1,000, man. We opened a Pittsburgh office. We've got exciting projects going there. It's great.
Oh, that's awesome. The new product?
So Spring Garden Lending is now offering lines of credit.
Highlights?
What these revolving lines of credit do is let our borrowers move fast. It puts them on an equal playing field with cash buyers.
Oh, that's incredible. Not only is Spring Garden Lending providing bridge loans to acquire, rehab, construct, and refinance properties to rent or flip, 30-year fixed-rate permanent financing, and now lines of credit.
That's right. Our goal is supporting developers who are challenged finding funding through traditional sources so they can provide housing people can afford. That's it.
Andy, you're impressive. That's right. Listen up, developers, investors. Touch base with Spring Garden Lending right now.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Ricky Bo. If you're looking for a new vehicle this fall, then visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury. They're offering huge savings and competitive financing rates to well-qualified buyers. New vehicles like the GMC Sierra and Acadia or the Buick Enclave are arriving daily, so reserve yours now with no additional dealer fees or markups. When it comes to honest pricing and dedicated service, you can always count on Barlow. Visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop online at barlowautogroup.com. Experience the new Buick. GMC, we are professional grade.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you can get top brand laundry sets with the latest tech to tackle any mess you might face this holiday, like automatic fabric and load size detection for spills of any size, from cookies and milk on your favorite holiday sweater to the toddler of the house discovering just how fun cranberry sauce can be. Make more magic this holiday season. Let your new appliances handle the mess. Shop Black Friday savings and get up to 30% off, plus instantly save up to $750 on select LG laundry sets at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Offer valid November 2nd through 30th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Yeah, we're replacing the carpets too, so don't worry about that.
No fresh powder yet, but Dan's Ski Lodge has an avalanche of projects.
Those 4 rooms are getting hot tubs.
He needs a staff engineer to navigate a flurry of new requests.
And all of those will be fully ADA accessible.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Prime members, wow your crowd and save on 365 by Whole Foods Market organic frozen whole turkey at just $2.49 per pound and frozen whole turkey at just $1.49 per pound through December 31st, while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
The Hess truck's back and it's better than ever. Racing hot rods this year. The Hess truck's here.
A flatbed truck with lights, sounds, and 2 racing hot rods. Get it now at HessToyTruck.com with free shipping and batteries.
Hey, guys, if you're suffering from fatigue, low energy, trouble sleeping, ED, or a decreased sex drive, you may have low testosterone. So go get checked today. Call Iron Mountain Men's Health or visit ironmountainmenshealth.com to set up a free consultation. Dr. Avi Donapel, he's the man. He's at Iron Mountain Men's Health, and he has treated thousands of patients with success rates as high as 90%. They specialize in custom treatment plans for each individual, with patients experiencing results typically in a few weeks. Consultations are free and pressure-free, so you can't lose. Dr. Appel, as I've told you for years, he's just the best and such a good dude. If you want to feel back to normal with better strength, energy, and a higher libido, set up your appointment at ironmountainmenshealth.com or call 215-659-3770. That's 215-659-3770. Tell them I sent you. Iron Mountain Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. The John Kincade Show.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
Hopefully your day's going to go well, and you're not going to allow yourself to get sucked into the vortex of negativity. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. I think we had some good callers this morning, too, and our jurors continue to impress with their rational analysis of how things are going, and it hasn't been good. Let's put it that. Let's be honest. That is, it has not been good. Not been fun, and last night was not good. That was a really, really ugly affair.
Wasn't great.
No, ugly.
Yeah.
Really not fun. Not the kind of fun night you want.
Not a lot of laughing.
Not a lot.
Not a lot of jocularity, Pat?
No.
No?
Wasn't a lot of fist pumping, a lot of smiling.
You didn't do a lot of that at all? I mean, you didn't allow any of that joviality to step in there, Pat?
I mean, when Hurts scored his touchdown, there was a little shimmy.
You're feeling good then.
Was feeling good then. He went 2 weeks without punching one in the end zone, so we cashed in. But I don't know about you guys, how you felt, and even Johnny, you in the press box. When they punted on 4th down with 2.5 to go, well, I questioned the move. They should have forced a punt right back, if it wasn't for the penalty. But even when he slid down and I went, all right, they're gonna get the ball back right before the flag went out. I felt like they were going to win the game.
So you really did? You thought they'd still...
I had the utmost confidence they were going to win that game and come down.
I did not.
I did, too.
You did, really?
I thought if they got the ball back,
there's 7.5 minutes to go. They hit a field goal. It's 26-21. I'm thinking, gee, they're still just down a touchdown.
Yeah.
Like, you're fine. 28-26, they're going to win this game. They're going to pull out an ugly win.
But before the Brandon Graham penalty, you felt confident, not confident, but you felt like, hey, I still think they have a chance. I did not. I absolutely was in they have no shot. I just didn't feel like they were going to all of a sudden. Again, I'm not flick the switch guy. Well, they had kicked me in the beanbag so often last night.
That's the thing. I look at their offense is statistically underperforming, but I thought the turnovers they had were so fluky. The A.J. Brown one, if you watch it, he catches the ball and basically hands it to the defender. That never happens.
Never.
I honestly don't know if I've ever seen a wide receiver catch a football, fall down, get up, having been untouched, and then fumble the football.
It was so bad. That was really bad.
Play. I mean, I think that they had big plays. They just were getting hit by, I don't want to say unlucky, but fluky. So I had confidence that the offense could move the football down the field.
By the way, I'm sorry.
If you were that referee last night with the Brandon Graham play, and in all honesty, and it's a tough spot, are you making that call?
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah. I'm not, but I absolutely am not going to. I'm not going to rip the official for making it because by the letter of the law, he should have made it. And Brandon Graham needs to know better.
Yeah.
It's just dumb.
Yeah.
It's just dumb.
It was.
Barnett-ish.
Yes, it really was.
We've all been in enough games and around games and covered games and all that stuff that many, many times on every level, I have seen a referee in that position say, yeah, no, I'm not calling that one.
Swallow the whistle.
Yeah, I'm not calling that one, guys. Okay, incidental, we're going to let that one go. We're not going to let that decide the game. I think that's the route I would have gone and talked it out right there. And I don't think anybody would have had a reaction had the referee not thrown the flag.
I would say this, though, is that, and it surprised me, and I brought it up, Pat, because at like 6:45, not one person, not one juror, not one caller, not even on my social media was Darius Slay getting toasted. Darius Slay was terrible last night. He was terrible. Well, he was the reason that Taylor Heineke had a big night. More than any other thing, he was getting toasted.
Well, I think that you hit it earlier. He's not getting criticized too much for two reasons. One, they're still 8-1.
Yes.
And two, he's been so good that you expect. I mean, look, there are shows that we have where I'm like, man, Bob really sucked.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. We were talking about it last night before bringing.
And you go on social media and no one's talking about it because Bob has a lot of really good shows that he strings together. But man, like
the people overlooked the crappy show.
Yeah, it's like Cooney's Corner. Like what the hell
was
are you talking about? And speak for yourself. He's speaking for someone else.
Pat, I think this was supposed to be a private conversation.
Well, nobody's listening, so it's fine. But I think you give a little leeway because you just haven't seen it this season. So I think that's why.
Well, I mean, but Brandon Graham doesn't even get criticized either. That was dumb. That was so dumb. That was so dumb last night. And I love Brandon Graham, and I love everything he's brought to this team. But it was so freaking dumb. And you cost your team last night.
Yeah,
you cost your team a chance.
I saw people criticizing Brandon Graham.
Okay, I didn't get much of that. I'm more talking about we did a show for an hour already, and nobody had called and mentioned Brandon Graham or Darius Slay.
If you want,
But you know what they mentioned? Jonathan Gannon like 4 times.
I can have Connor.
Yeah, he wasn't good.
He wasn't good either. But there was Darius Slay. If he plays half of the way he's played this year, they don't lose that game last night. If he plays half as good, they are not losing that game last night. He got toasted.
He struggles against McLaurin for whatever reason. In a lot of games.
Well, McLaurin's sort of wily and
he's a really good wide receiver.
He's really good.
Yeah. How much of it had to do with the zone coverage they were playing?
I think it's part of it.
I think it definitely played a part. And I'm not saying, like, look, when he had one-on-one and Heineke fit that ball through, hell of a pass, great reception, and yeah, Slay got burnt. But I was getting annoyed at the soft zone coverage they had because Heineke's just dropping back and just
a couple times back-footing it.
Yeah.
Just back-footing and throwing to an area, and sure enough, it's open there because, of a soft zone. Yeah, I didn't – I mean, you mentioned Gannon being mentioned, John. Yeah, I'll say it again. I just didn't like what he did last night.
I thought it was I thought the offensive and defensive game plan sucked last night.
Well, the offense was I don't know if I should criticize it too much just because they didn't have the ball. At one point it was time possession was like 30 minutes for Washington and 7 for Philly.
It was crazy.
And then part of that has to do with the first score you had was because of a strip sack, so you were already in favorable field position. But the turnover and the way that your defense is going to get off the field on third down, I just didn't see much of the offense last night.
Hey, the BetParks app, it's all new. It's beautiful. It's sleek. It's easy to use. Sportsbook and casino in one sleek, easy-to-use app. In Pennsylvania and Jersey, you got to be 21. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. RJ in Philadelphia joins us on The Fanatic. RJ, what's up?
Hey, what's up? How are y'all doing?
Good, man. We've been better, but we're going to be okay.
I know. I love the Birds, as y'all do. So I love them. I have to be honest with them. We're going to look back and thank the Commanders for this, like later in the year, deep in the playoffs. They've been dragging it in the second half all year long. And I hear y'all with the defense and Brandon Graham and referees and all of that. All of it's certainly valid, but they left a bunch of points on the board, only a touchdown after the second half. They could have won this game. Now, they've been pulling this all year long. And I can't really get a good explanation out of anybody why we can't seem to score as soon as halftime's over. There's no excuse for it.
No, there isn't. There isn't, absolutely. There's absolutely no excuse for it.
No, there isn't. You wonder the stuff Jimmy Johnson said, teams, once they see Jalen Hurts, they're going to adjust and all that. I don't know if last night was any of that at all. I don't know if there was second-half adjustments last night. Pat hit it on the head. They just didn't have the ball. The defense couldn't get Washington off the field to get your offense the football. And when you're talking 40 to 20 in advantage in time of possession, you can't score when you're not on the field. And look, it might start to get concerning a little bit with that stuff.
I think it's going to get I think it's already concerning.
Yeah.
There's every reason to be concerned. It's the stupid vitriol I can't deal with. I just can't. So now the Buffalo Bills have 3 losses. So the Buffalo Bills just are. The Eagles have 1 loss. The Bills must have been totally exposed. They're terrible. They've got no shot to win a Super Bowl. Pathetic. They've lost 3 games.
That's good. You can count them out then.
Count them out. The Chiefs, got to count them out. They've already lost twice. They suck. Chiefs are terrible. They've lost twice.
I told you they're not going to make the playoffs, Bob.
It's unbelievable.
Nailed it.
Man, it's just It's the vitriol I can't deal with. I can deal with the disappointment in last night and the disgust with some of the game plan, some of the execution, and otherwise. I think there's a big difference with some of that. And we'll have Cooney's column coming up here in just a moment. Ron in Harleysville joins us on The Fanatic. What's going on, Ron?
So, listen, I couldn't agree with you. You just brought it up. That Darius Slay, and I'm going to use his first name because he's not Slay one word. He is, and you guys might disagree, he couldn't cover McLaurin. McLaurin did what he wanted, and he's been the benefactor of a pass rush. Well, guess what? Josh Sweat gets hurt. Quinn they got from Chicago, who was non-existent. That was a steal from Chicago. He stood back there, and McLaurin was uncoverable. He's the benefactor of being ahead, of teams not throwing, of other corner play. I couldn't agree. Slay got roasted.
He did.
And so that's an issue that because you get an interception, you run it back, and then you become Slay. I would guarantee that as we move forward against guys like CD and some other players, I'm a little bit concerned about Slay. The other thing about it is why doesn't Miles Sanders, I know they had the ball limited in the first half, but it seems like the progression is they don't run the ball until the second half. And then Sanders gets 60, 70 yards. We're like, wow, he's having a pretty good year. I don't understand why they don't commit to him. I saw Boston Scott to start the game. Guys, what's your feelings on that?
Horrible, Ron. I was so ticked off. Now, I was in the car, and I'm saying out loud, like, come on, why aren't they running the ball? Run the ball. Where's Miles Sanders? And you guys know I have a fantasy interest in Miles Sanders. And then they hand the ball off, and it's like, oh, Miles Sanders finally the catch. But it was wrong. It was Boston Scott. But whatever. Why is Boston Scott? What is going on? Why are you starting a second half with Boston Scott? Why is Miles Sanders, one of the best running backs in the league, getting one carry in the first half?
I have no idea. And that's something where they got let down by their game plan last night.
Yeah, it was just weird. And does it take halftime to go in and say, okay, you know what? Let's get back to playing just real football and mix in run and pass?
It shouldn't.
It takes you like a 15-minute break to figure that out? I don't know.
Hey, you got a lot on your to-do list, but don't overlook the most important item, which is your health. The steps that you take today are the first steps to a healthier tomorrow. Call Jefferson Health at 1-800-JEFF-NOW. That's 1-800-JEFF-NOW. You don't need to spend almost $3 to get the great insights you could have gotten from a newspaper because you got Cooney's column.
Let's turn the page and find out what's in Cooney's column.
Losses are never a good thing. Not good when it ends an undefeated season. Not good when it comes against an opponent deemed a double-digit underdog. And certainly not good when it happens in front of a home crowd before a national television audience on Monday Night Football. To glean anything positive out of the Eagles' 32-21 loss to the Washington Commanders on Monday night could be an exercise in futility. But in order for an effort like Monday's not to happen again this season, Coach Nick Sirianni may want to try to accentuate some of the positives and flush all the negatives. Easier said than done. But think about what needed to happen last night in order for the Commanders to come in and even their record at 5-5. Washington ran 81 offensive plays to 47 for the Birds. Think about that for a second.
Whoa.
They held onto the ball for 40 of the game's 60 minutes. They ran the ball 49 times. That's 2 more times than the Eagles had offensive plays. That's just unbelievable, and it's unheard of in the NFL. Then there was the 3 turnovers the Eagles had. Think about this. 2 coming on completed passes and another coming on one that could have been caught by A.J. Brown. A penalty on a legal hit inbounds by C.J. Gardner-Johnson that gave Washington 15 more yards. A blatant face mask that was seen by everyone except the 9 people who mattered most on the field that had those yellow flags in their pants. And a call against Brandon Graham that, while by the letter of the law is probably a penalty, but certainly debatable whether it should have been flagged at all or not. Oddities abound last night, and it led to that first loss of the season. Okay, I think we can guarantee those plays will rarely happen again, if at all, the rest of this season. That's the good, the positive, and the bright spots from last night. Now, Jonathan Gannon, get your ass working on that run defense, because that appears to be the recipe that the NFL has as a way to defeat your Philadelphia Eagles.
And I wonder what, is it a personnel issue or is it a strategy issue?
With the run defense?
Yep.
We can talk to Jordan Davis, and that's legit. We talked about it before. 3 yards a carry for Rush when he's in, 5 yards when he's not. But it's also a guy that was only playing 20% of the defensive snaps. So it's not as if Jonathan Gannon isn't coaching a defense without him against the run a lot of times. It has to get better. You know, they're light. Those guys pointed out last night. Robert Quinn, I can't believe how skinny he is. I mean, he's light there. Josh Sweat is light there. You have a lot of guys that seem to be Fletcher Cox isn't what he used to be.
He's
cooked. You have a lot of guys that seem to be getting pushed around.
Did you see, that was what Mike Sealski had Fletcher cooked.
Jeez,
was his tweet at one point. He looks terrible.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to hold up Brian Robinson at the line.
But you know what?
And Robinson ends up scoring. It's like, dude, you should be able to eat that guy. Like, you're much bigger than him. He's just, he doesn't have any more.
We're now finding it, though. I mean, it's here's the third one, and I can now check it off the list. 7:16 before Fletcher Cox's name came up. Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, and Adarius Slay. All not Gannon. And it's three guys who in huge situations. Gannon was deserving of every bit of blame last night. Steichen, too. The game plan sucked. But it's like there's guys that just are not going to get criticized. They're not going to get called out.
I think Fletcher Cox is more than...
See, I don't think he was getting... It took us till an hour and 15 into the show, and I purposely didn't say his name.
It's because you didn't hear his name much.
But he's a starter. But he's a starter, and he's supposed to be impactful.
But if you don't hear the person's name, you don't really think about him too much. And I think that's part of it. When you look at the run defense, you probably should have mentioned his name because it was non-existent.
See, I think when you're not hearing a guy's name and he's supposed to be impactful and he plays that many snaps, he
played 70% of the snaps last night.
And Washington was appreciative of almost every single one of them. They were enjoying that big time.
I mean, there's a lot of players that started last night that we didn't talk about. We haven't mentioned one of the linebackers, like any of them.
Any of them.
So I mean, I'm not gonna put it like, oh well, because we didn't mention him yet.
Well, they ran right through Fletcher Cox all night long.
They did.
It seemed
you were not wrong.
It seemed like. So I mean, that's more. You're talking about the second level of defense. You know, they got into the second tier of the Eagles' defense consistently last night. They were getting right through. It was like hot knife through butter.
And the tackling again, it's never a one hit. Or I shouldn't say never. It's rarely a one-hit tackle. It's a running back who gets hit, and then you see guys get drugged for 3-4 yards, and you're just not seeing that. It's got to be gang tackling, and I rarely.
And then they get dragged 2 yards.
Yeah, exactly.
Even on a gang tackle, they can't tackle somebody.
Yeah,
the whole pile's getting carried 2 yards. That happened at least 5 times last night.
Oh, easily. Yeah, easily. Robinson was every time he got hit once. It was, one time Fletcher Cox, he's like grabbing the guy's waist from behind, trying to slow him down. Looked like a little kid, out in the field trying to tackle his older brother. And the guy's still churning his legs, and there's Fletcher Cox wrapped around his waist, but still getting drugged. Or dragged. I don't. Look, are we making too much of this Eagles defense? Having a bad performance last night? No, because that's what we do, and you want perfection. But this bigger picture, if they don't get this run defense corrected, this is the exact recipe that the whole NFL is going to follow in a way to beat the Eagles, and that's to keep the offense off the field by using your running game to take time off the clock. And it's a real problem.
Hey, you want to get in with us, you can. 610-632-0975. 632-0975. It was I think the big thing is it was a really weird night. It just is, everything about it was weird. It just had there wasn't an energy to it from the beginning. And that building was quiet.
Was it?
And it wasn't. While we were expecting the madhouse we talked about in the pregame, that we were saying, oh, this is going to be a madhouse. Phillies are over. It was not a madhouse at kickoff. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I wonder how much of it had to do with the opponent, the fact that it's Monday night. And look, Monday night football has completely lost its luster. I don't think fans get excited for their team playing on Monday Night Football like maybe when you guys were in college.
Well, there was
like
only
the
one
game. Now with Thursday night football and Sunday night football. So I think the fact that it's a Monday, the fact that the opponent's not that good, and the fact that it's like the first game that's actually like legit cold. I wonder how much that had to do with it.
I think so.
Like it's like you buy tickets to the game and you're expecting it to be cold, but leading up to it, every game is beautiful, right? I mean, the weather's great, and then you're like, crap.
The crowd certainly wasn't a factor early.
Yeah, like I'm getting home at 1:30 in the morning. I'm freezing my ass off to see the Commanders play. Taylor Heineke, I thought I was going to be booing Carson Wentz. I'm not surprised the crowd wasn't that into it.
By the way, I want to thank Mike and the gang at Cosme's on 8th Street yesterday. I paid off the bet to Adam Schefter. And thanks to the Godfather, Anthony Gargano, I said, Anthony, I need a delivery. I need it at this time. Where am I going? It's Mike's Original Cosme's on 8th Street. Got the entire crew from Monday Night Countdown some delicious cheesesteaks and everything all set up yesterday.
Nice.
And so great job. Thank you, Anthony, and thank you, Mike, and the gang at Cosme's. They did a fantastic job of taking care of that for us yesterday. So that finally got that one off the ledger book. Tried and ended up, the bad part about it is I ended up having to do it twice. Because the first time
got all messed up.
got stolen, which is really
come on, man.
Hey, we'll get more coming your way. We got some people. Joe and Mike, please hold on. We'll get to you. 610-632-0975. Plus, we'll hear from some more of our jurors. It's the John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. I know that the Bet Park Sportsbook and Casino app, the official sportsbook of the diehard Philly sports fan, and boy, did we die hard last night. Now, the under was like blown out of the water early. It seemed like everything just wasn't going my way last night. And obviously the Eagles on the money line turned up a loser. But you know what? I can get right back on the horse. And if I was a new customer and I had made that bet last night, I could get up to $750 in sportsbook bonus back if that first bet wasn't a winner. And that was certainly not a winner. But I can get back at it this week with our Sixers, with our Flyers, and of course get ready for the Eagles taking on the Colts on Sunday. You will love betting on individual player performances. It's a way that you can use your fantasy football knowledge and put it to the test. Join me on the Bet Parks app right now. You got to be 21. You got to be present in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
God, I am so sick of this crap.
Is this the show?
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Join the John Kincade Show Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. for happy hour at PJ Wellahan's in Horsham. Come out to say hi and enjoy PJ's delicious wings.
It's that time of year again. What you've all been waiting for. The countdown's officially over. The best season ever is here. That's right. Free Coffee Tuesdays for Wawa Rewards members are back. So enjoy a hot coffee or a handcrafted iced coffee on us every Tuesday with the Wawa app. It's just one more way Wawa tries to make your day. Free Coffee Tuesdays, only for Wawa Rewards members. Hot turkey is back at Wawa, along with stuffing, gravy, and cranberry sauce. Sure, you could wait to get these flavors at a traditional holiday dinner, but that's only one meal on one day. And we both know that's not enough. Try the Wawa Gobbler Hoagie, piled high with hot turkey and holiday-inspired ingredients like mashed potatoes, sweet potatoes, and garlic aioli. Or try it in a bowl. It's a handheld holiday feast. Gotta have a Wawa.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast, reliable internet for only $49 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, take advantage of our special holiday offer by December 4th and ask how to get a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Ends 1/1/2023. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Anticipation is building. The holidays are just around the corner, and at the Home Depot, we can't wait. With Black Friday savings all through November, you can count down to Christmas early with a Santa Countdown Inflatable Special Buy, only $69.98. Or anticipate when friends and family come to visit with an entrance full of LED lights that will welcome them and the holidays with open arms. Get the holiday magic started early. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Where can you light up the tree and the savings? Lowe's, actually. Find deals on endless festive holiday decor, like 20% off all pre-lit artificial trees and endless gifts found only at Lowe's. Like the new Cobalt 257-piece mechanics tool set for $99, valued over $600 if purchased separately. Check back daily for deals during Black Friday month and start saving now at Lowe's. Home to any possibility. Offer valid through 11/16 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
At Simply Safe Home Security, we know in an emergency, the clock is ticking. So we designed an advanced security system powered by live 24/7 professional monitoring agents who use Fast Protect technology exclusively from SimpliSafe to capture video evidence and verify a threat. Then alert police so you get faster police response. Right now, get 40% off any new system. Visit simplysafe.com/holiday to save big today. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Sure, we have 30 seconds to tell you that drivers who switch to Progressive could save big. But then what? Well, there is a nice piece of stock music playing behind me that a talented composer worked really hard on. So let's enjoy it. Wow, almost overshadows the saving big when you switch to Progressive part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You need a lawyer? Here's something to consider. Jeff Rosenbaum of Rosenbaum Injury Law started in Philly 30 years ago. But John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan is from Florida and just opened a Philly office in 2017. Yep, John Morgan is from Florida and not licensed to practice law in Pennsylvania. Jeff Rosenbaum personally meets with his clients. If you're injured in Pennsylvania, I'd stick with the hometown team. Rosenbaum Injury Law, not from Florida.
Hey guys, now's the perfect time to download FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sports book. New customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. That's free bets back if your first bet doesn't win. All you have to do is sign up with promo code Bob. You know the great things you can do with FanDuel. There's money lines and point spreads, and of course, you have to love your player props. We talked about Jalen Hurts last night. Anytime touchdown, boom! Got it right away. You can combine your bets for a chance at an even bigger payout with a same-game parlay. And now with live betting, you get updated odds on games that have already started. And most importantly, when you win, you get paid fast. All on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. So sign up with promo code Bob for your no-sweat first bet. That's promo code Bob. Make every moment more this season with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. Refund issued as non-withdrawable free bets that expires in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
There is nothing bougie about this show. Look, I'm the only guy in here from Delco.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. And Joe and Mike and Chris, we're going to get to you here, and we appreciate everybody who's wanted to chime in this morning. We'll hear some more from our jurors coming up. Our jurors brought to you by the personal injury law firm of Flager & Associates, who care, prepare, and win. Visit FlagerLaw.com. But just another little dose of positivity. It's going to piss Bob off because it's history. And history,
Get pissed off.
The history, you say it doesn't matter. I think it matters. I think context and history matter a lot. The Eagles have started 8-1 6 times in franchise history. Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports sharing this morning. The last 5 times that they started 8-1, they won an NFL championship in 49. They won an NFL championship in 60. They lost the Super Bowl in 80. They lost the Super Bowl in 04. They won the Super Bowl in 17.
Sweet. I love it. That makes me happy.
5 times, 8-1, and those seasons all ended up pretty nicely. It's just a little perspective, just a little, on a day when a lot of people aren't going to want it, and I understand why. I understand the frustration and the disgust with last night's game. I thought the game plan sucked. I don't think the coaches put the players in a great position to win.
No.
And I just talked about that on pregame last night and said, boy, Nick Sirianni and his staff, they always put their team in a position to win. Idiot is what I say.
We can often talk about, Fletcher Cox had a bad game. Darius Slay had a bad game. Guys that usually play well have a bad game. Coaches can have bad games too.
Exactly.
And I didn't like early on and screaming and yelling at the TV, run the damn ball. They didn't want to run it early on in the game last night. Don't know why. Am I alone in this? I do have to ask this question to you guys. What is the infatuation with Kenny Gainwell?
I think they're trying. Well, I think that there's somebody in the front office who probably wants to see that let's make sure we've given him every shot to succeed.
Yeah, I think it's a tryout for next year to figure out if letting Miles Sanders go is.
Can we trust it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's what it's about.
I see him in there, a lot of times on passing downs. And last night you see him get a ball out in the flat that he completely drops, which seems to happen
a bunny
just about once a game. I don't see him, breaking things open. If you're going to hand the ball to a running back, please let it be Miles Sanders ahead of everybody else.
Amen.
I just see Kenny Gainwell in the game way too much for my liking.
Well, that's when it becomes glaring. When you're sitting there after the game going, man, they didn't run the football, and you're sitting there during the game going, oh, man, why aren't they running the football? And then they hand it off, and it's Kenny Gainwell, not Miles Sanders. That's when it really becomes apparent. He might not be in the game as much as we think, but when they hand the ball off and you only rush the ball, how many times did they rush the ball?
12, I think.
Yeah, okay, so you rush the ball 12 times, and he gets 3 carries. It's like, that's why. Why is he getting...
Yeah.
No,
he didn't have many touches. You're exactly right, but it seems like he's there.
It's highlighted by the fact that they just didn't use the running back position all that much at all.
Right. Yeah.
Let's see what Joe in Philadelphia has to say. Joe, thanks for holding on. How are you this morning?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Great to have you on the show.
All right, so I want to make a quick point about last night. I agree with you. I think the game plan last night was pathetic. I mean, they had 10 days to prepare for a Washington team that's not really that great. I get it. They're a little better with Heineke at the quarterback. But I really think that Gannon is the one to blame for this. There was too many times last night on third down, even third and long, guys were just wide open down the field. I mean, I don't know.
And you're wait a minute, though. Are you blaming that on Gannon or the guys who are supposed to be covering somebody?
Well, I just think he didn't like the calls or the schemes that he was calling up. Like on 3rd and 10, he had guys. I mean, I remember the one like McLaren was open down the middle. He had guys like at the end zone. Like, how about like we're, by the 10-yard line, getting ready to make a tackle.
I get you. It seemed Jim Schwartz-ish, Joe, and Pat brought that up earlier today. It sort of was like flashbacks,
A little bit.
little sticks. It had a sticks look to it, and that's one of the reasons why I love sitting up. Now, the press box was toasty warm, too, so I shouldn't complain about the cold for the other people. But the view of the field, to be able to see it, and I'm going, wow, they're really off. They're playing off everybody.
Yeah, it was a very passive game last night. You guys know that's one of the biggest things. I can't stand when my safeties are getting out of my picture pre-snap, that they're backing up. They're already 15 off, and then they're backing up even more. The one play, the interception, was when they kind of were aggressively up, the safeties, and then faded back, in a timely fashion and got the interception. But, yeah, for the most part, it was just a very passive defense last
That's the
night.
best word.
Yeah.
That's the
it's
best
just-
word for it. Too much. Michael in Westchester joins us on The Fanatic. Good morning, Michael. Michael. He must have
It's
lost.
like the Eagles' rushing defense. He just didn't show up.
Let's try Chris in Allentown. Chris, good morning. You're on The Fanatic.
That was great.
Good job, Pat.
Good morning, gentlemen. I knew this was going to be a tough ball game last night, but I'll tell you what, the team that won last night is the team that wanted to win last night. They came in with energy. The Eagles have been sniffing themselves. I don't want to hear, we're not looking at the 8-0. They were smelling themselves. They look completely past this team. And to watch this run defense do what it has done, Pierce to this week, we got Jonathan Taylor next week. We've got A.J. Dillon and Aaron Jones coming up. We've got Zeke. We've got Barkley. If we don't fix this defense, we're in trouble.
Yep.
This may go from 8-1 to like 8-5.
Well, wait a minute. Come on, Chris. Now that's where you lose me. You had me for the first half of the call. Now you come with that. That's ridiculous.
But at the same time, though, look at the teams that we're playing.
I got you, but that's ridiculous.
But you got, did I say Derrick Henry's in there too? But I knew we were going to lose a game this year. I knew we weren't going to go undefeated.
Okay.
I thought it was going to be Tennessee. To lose to the Washington Commanders? Are you freaking kidding me?
I get you. And
energy.
That's not good.
One of the ways that the Eagles might have to combat teams running the football on them, you look at it and say, all right, bring linebackers up, or the defensive front has to be better. No, it might be ball control on their end, too. Now maybe you have to reverse the script a little bit and say, you know what? We need to hold on to the ball a little bit more. So, Miles Sanders, you're going to get 16, 18, 20 carries a game. They might have to come up with something on the offensive side of the ball to keep the ball out of the other team's hands because they're running all over you all the time. And the Kenny Gainwell thing, a lot of people are coming out, he only had one carry last night. I hear you, and I'm not saying like they tried to force feed the ball to him. It just seems to me, and that's why I said, is it just me, that he's on the field an awful lot. And when I want to see Miles Sanders is what I should say. Yeah. But I don't know. I think this running game for the Eagles really has to get going to start negating the other team's running game.
By the way, the Bills wake up this morning in third place in their division. And the Kansas City Chiefs already have 2 losses, including losing at Indianapolis, where the Eagles play Sunday. So beware. Beware of that one. Hey, the jury brought to you again by the personal injury law firm of Flager & Associates. Who cares? Prepare and win. Visit FlagerLaw.com. Pat, where are we going?
We are going to go with our juror, Noah.
Hey, guys, it's Noah. Look, we knew we weren't going to go 17-0, but damn, that was an ugly, ugly loss. Jonathan Gannon, you better get your bleep together, because if this defense looks like that as we head down the stretch, we're going to be in some trouble. And we've got a battle for that number 1 seed now. Last thing, I know there were a couple of terrible, terrible calls, and they pissed me off. But that is not why we lost. Go Birds!
Good job, Noah. I'm so impressed with our jurors not doing we lost because of officials. The officials. Blame the officials. We got good jurors, man.
It might come up.
We'll see.
You don't know.
That didn't help. Let's go to D'Lo.
This is Eagles juror D'Lo calling in. The game obviously didn't go as planned or as expected, that's for sure. I thought Jalen played okay. He had one miss to Gainwell, who was wide open in, I believe, the third quarter, but instead he checked it to the sideline. And if Quez and AJ hold on to the ball, he probably has another 80 yards in passing at least. You can't be calling yourself Batman and end up playing like Robin. So hopefully AJ and Quez bounce back next week, which I'm sure they will. And it's great that they're all saying they're going to flush this game down. But unfortunately, you can't flush the blueprint that was put out there tonight on how to beat the defense.
I think we've had 5 for 5 great analysis from the jurors. Well, reasonable, but reasonable. Pat, I thoroughly expected this morning we were going to be confronted with angry jury.
I think it's about to be 6 for 6.
Let's hear it.
With our friend Karen B.
Juror Karen B. checking in. This team totally underperformed. Turnovers, drop balls, D couldn't tackle. I'm sorry, but Washington wanted this game way more than we did. Sanders was the only bright spot. Unfortunately, we didn't run the ball enough until the second half. Sanders had 1 run through the first half. I hate to say it, but we deserve to lose for the way that we played.
I think our jury's been great.
Yeah,
I really do. I'm sorry to say that I underestimated the jury because they've been great today. I thought we were going to get angry jury today. I purposely didn't ask Coach what they said, how they sounded. I like to be surprised, and the jury has been reasonable and very attentive to detail today.
It just shows how smart the Philadelphia fan base is.
I love it. Love we're getting good, or at least the jury is. Hey, happy hour this Thursday. Come on out 5 to 7. PJ's in Horsham. We look forward to seeing you there. Come on out and hang out with us. We'll look forward to seeing you out there for some PJ's wings. Did you know the new wing flavor of the month, Pat?
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
It's lemon pepper?
It's lemon pepper.
I got a text from a friend last night who said, I'm here again, and he's ticked off that they don't have the
Cooney wing?
I'm just saying.
They had it's a very wet lemon pepper. It's a unique take on lemon pepper.
Okay.
Very buttery.
Don't know if I'm a huge lemon pepper fan.
I love lemon pepper, but I like it when it's a little more salty.
See that? Yeah, he sent it to me and said, what is this bleep? Every time I come here, I ask for yours, but they don't have it.
Yeah, well, they can't just literally bankrupt.
Can't willy-nilly.
Because it ended in like June.
I know. I don't know why people
Your
can't
friend
understand.
have a calendar?
Oh my gosh!
It's the wing of the month, not the wing of the year.
My friends are dedicated.
They really are. Yeah. They got your back, don't they, Bob? Ethan in Pemberton, New Jersey, joins us on the Fanatic. Ethan, good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, buddy.
I told you guys last night that Eagles were going to lose.
Oh,
good job, Ethan.
Good
job,
Ethan.
Ethan.
He nailed it. You're right. Good talk.
Ethan, go on. Any more? Any more, Ethan?
Caller of the month.
Ethan, any
Nate.
more? No, Ethan, you're still here.
Caller
Any
of the
more?
year.
Come on, Ethan.
Ethan!
Oh, he just wanted to hear himself. He's so proud of himself. Oh, man, I love it.
Ethan, we left you on the air.
So for those that don't know, do
And
we
not Ethan,
do we want to fill the listener in on who Ethan
Yeah,
won?
Ethan's a 49er fan. Told you. The 5 and 49ers.
Yeah.
The 5 and 49ers.
He called, and I thought last night, is that dip bleep gonna call tomorrow? And you know what?
Well, he did.
Yeah, he did. Good for him, man.
He did.
I love it. I love the dedication to the show. Thanks for listening, Ethan.
The thing is that we leave you on the air. He had a chance to talk, and he wouldn't even. He wanted to say and go, "Hey, they're probably going to dump it."
Yeah, I told you so.
No, why would we do that? We allow you to. If there's one show in this entire market that allows you to mock them when we're wrong, it's this show.
Oh well, yeah, we'll mock ourselves. I hope Ethan gets caught going 63 and a 55.
Come on, Ethan.
Hey, nothing but the best.
In Pat's, it's a strange setup though, because in Pat's point of view, he wants to talk about us all being wrong.
This is Pat's point of view. Here's Pat.
Hey guys, it's me.
It's you. It's Pat.
As Ethan will point out, okay, because if you didn't know, Ethan was right.
I want Ethan to call again. And
Ethan,
tell
the
us.
49er fan.
Ethan might be taking over my job because he's a pariah when it comes to football. But guys, we were all wrong. Okay, now I know that there's people on the days after this that they'd love to like point out like, all you guys said they were gonna win. Yeah, we all said it. The next show said it. The show after that said it.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure every station said it. Look, they were 11-point favorites. They laid an egg at home. It happens. I'm all right though. Like, I'm not mad. And I realized after the game that I'm not mad because they're 8-1.
Correct.
It's the luxury of being 8-1. It's the similar conversation of me and John talking about like Elon Musk and the Twitter thing. It's like, yeah, well, he can kind of mock the whole.
Boy, they're really owning Elon Musk.
Yeah, well, like, no, it's the luxury of being a billionaire is you can lose that much money and go like, yeah, I'm still not clipping coupons. The luxury of being 8-0 and losing a game at home like the way they did is going, yeah, well, now I'm 8-1. You know, look, is it ideal? Would I want to walk in here and then being 9-0? Obviously. But normally after you lose a game to what many deem an inferior opponent, you're probably pretty pissed off. And I wasn't. I just went, all right.
I slept well.
I'm going to bet the house next week that they beat Indy. All right. Yeah, I was fine. And it's a feeling that I'm not really used to, being an Eagles fan. But I like it. I like this feeling of like, all right, we're good. We're fine. It's a blip on the radar. And also part of it was the turnovers. The turnovers they had.
Oh, my gosh.
I talked about it. I thought they were like pretty fluky. They weren't general like, Taylor Heineke's interception was bad. right?
Real
Jalen
bad.
Hurts' interception. When it happened in real time, I went, I'm not going to get mad because he never turns the ball over. And then you see the replay, and hell of a throw. Should have been caught. A.J. Brown basically handed the defender the ball. The fumble by Dallas Goedert should have been a face mask. I'm missing one. I'm missing another turnover.
The Goddard.
The Quez Watkins one.
Or Quez Watkins, yeah.
Quez's one was inexcusable.
99% of the time, the guy's touched when he falls down. So I wasn't even mad at the turnovers. Like, it just... I was very meh when it came to the game, and my reaction after them losing to an inferior opponent was very similar to that.
Yeah, I sat down this morning and just wrote off the top of my head. All right, last night seemed strange. I wrote down 8 strange plays off the top of my head. 8.
That's bizarre.
And that's crazy. I mean, you're talking about 2 turnovers on completed passes. You might not see that twice in a season. Last night you have 2 completed passes. One was a blatant face mask that they don't even call. Another one could have been a game-changing play, except Watkins gets up and gets the fumble there. I mean, it's a
weird game.
It was a weird game.
And a lot of weird things happen. Good job, Pat. You bring a good perspective there to that.
Yeah, you've had a good couple days, day and a half so far,
I'll tell you, it's not as good as Ethan's couple days, though.
No, he's pretty good. And I like what Chevy put out there. Ethan, if you could please call back with tonight's lottery numbers, we would greatly appreciate it.
Ethan's killing the game right now.
He is.
He's a hot free agent.
Come on, Ethan. He is.
WOGL's talking to him currently.
I'm telling you. I told you.
97.3 down the shore, they're talking to him.
Now he's a 5 and 49er fan.
ESPN National's talking to him.
Who, by the way, I still think are incredibly dangerous.
102.5 The Bone in Tampa's talking to him. He's a hot prospect.
The Bone's not calling
The Bone's calling him.
They are?
Yeah.
Really?
With the predictions that he has, and it's
unbelievable
to be right.
Avonte Maddox being out, though, Bob, that was very, very clear that it was an issue last night.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know, because we don't know exactly what Jonathan Gannon draws up or whatever. But I don't know if that had to do maybe with some of Darius Slay's troubles last night. Probably not, but you don't know. I don't know with him not having the confidence of Avonte Maddox in there. Is he calling some different things that maybe left Darius Slay out there the way he was? Or did he call more zones because Avonte's not there? Did you have to change things up a lot defensively? I don't know. But hearing the news yesterday, I thought about it, and I'm driving to the pregame show, and I thought, is there another position on this team that you could lose a guy for 4 games, and it might not bother you in the same way that Avonte Maddox, to me, and this is nothing against Avonte Maddox, but like losing him for 4 games yesterday, I was kind of like, okay, if there's one position, slot corner might be it that you could get by with for 4 games.
What do you think now?
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder how, and I'm not
feeling it.
That would be one of my first questions today. How much did Avonte not being there last night change what you did defensively? And then did you go more zone? Because we talked about it with the caller earlier. There was a lot of soft zone last night in that defense. Maybe losing Avonte makes you change a whole bunch of things that we just don't realize.
What about C.J. Gardner-Johnson, though?
Yeah, he's fun to watch.
Freaking pickup. What a pickup. I would like to say, Bob, that I knew that was coming. I did not.
No.
But the impact, pretty incredible.
And that's one of my 8 weird plays there, too. He had a perfectly legal hit.
Perfectly legal.
Guy's inbounds. He didn't hit him, it wasn't head-to-head in the way that you would make a call on. It was perfectly fine, and boom, there's another 15 yards. Now, that was a strange play. I don't think that gets called 9 times out of 10.
Ryan Clark from ESPN, who is not an Eagles fan, former Steeler, says, boy, the Eagles are really getting flag whipped in this second half. And that's somebody very objective, very, has no dog in that fight, saying this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Too many flags.
Yeah, they're dead. But, when teams are playing sloppy, that follows.
Is that like making your own breaks?
It kind of is. It absolutely is. It's if you're not putting yourself in that position, they're not going to be called. You're putting yourself in those precarious positions sometimes, none more so than the Brandon Graham call late in the game.
All right, we've got 2 4-packs. We're going to put a smile on your face. If you're a Temple Hoops fan, you want to go to the game tonight. Temple basketball taking on Vanderbilt, 7 p.m. at the Liacouras Center. We've got 2 4-packs to give away where you can take advantage of Taco Tuesday and receive $2 off tacos at the game. For tickets, visit owlstix.com or call Connor Thomas at 215-263-0975. 215-263-0975. Connor may need to be woken up because he was on the air till 1 a.m. last night. Did a fantastic job on postgame. It's a great option as you leave the stadium. I know I listened to Connor on 95 as people were doing 95, zooming in and out of lanes, trying to get home to bed. Hopefully everybody Hopefully everybody made it home alive. I saw people driving last night doing some stupid crap. Just unbelievable. Just please, hope you got home alive. John Kincade Show. We got more from you at 610-632-0975. More from our jurors. And Zach Berman joins us. John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. If you're getting ready to move, or maybe you're going to clean out the attic or organize that garage, Joe, maybe you're going to remodel your bathroom. If that sounds like you have one of these projects you need to take care of, it's the perfect cleanup solution. It's the Bagster. It's a great product. A 3-cubic yard dumpster in a bag sold at Home Depot, Lowe's, and local home improvement stores. And it's just $29.99. That's $29.99. The Bagster, so easy to use. So whatever you're planning to do, let's say it's a garage that's way overcrowded with junk. You set up the Bagster. I know how to do it, so I know you can do it. You set it up, you buy it, you fill it, you schedule your collection, and it's gone. And there's no time limits on when you have to have it completed by. You will love the Bagster. Go to thebagster.com, find the store nearest you to get more details. I'm telling you, it's time you cleaned it up with a Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag.
The John Kincade Show.
Talking sense into people isn't really my thing. In fact, I'm better at the opposite.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
This week's Pro to Watch is brought to you by Bradford White. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best. This week's Pro to Watch is Birds receiver A.J. Brown. Brown has the ability to create separation, make catches, and produce yards after the catch, which is critical to Jalen Hurts' progression. Hurts has thrown 6 touchdowns with no interceptions when targeting Brown this season, who ranks 6th in the NFL in receiving yards. Brown has been a huge difference for the Birds' offense. He is just the 3rd Eagles player to record 700-plus receiving yards with 6-plus touchdowns through 8 games, joining Terrell Owens and Jeremy Maclin. For exceptional hot water performance for your home or your business, ask a plumbing professional about installing a Bradford White water heater. Whether it's a gas or electric, tank or tankless, how you heat your water matters. So choose the quality, efficiency, and reliability of Bradford White for your starting lineup. To learn more and find a pro near you, visit bradfordwhite.com.
Hey, it's Hunter from my friends at FC Kerbeck. My family's been buying trucks and SUVs from Kerbeck for longer than I can remember. Why? Because Kerbeck always has the best selection at the lowest price. Period. And then they follow it up with the best service to keep our trucks running like new for years. But if you've waited to buy, then now you will win. Because Kerbeck Buick GMC has 150 factory fresh Buicks and GMC in stock and reduced. From GMC Sierra pickups to Acadias, Terrains, and 2023 Buick Enclaves. Buy GMC Terrains from just $22.99 or lease a brand new 2022 GMC Terrain from $249 per month, 3.9% for 72 months, plus $2,500 on 2022 GMC Sierras. And FC Kerbeck is close to everywhere, right over the bridge in Palmyra. The Kerbeck family has owned and operated this dealership for over 100 years, about the time that my family started buying from them. Kerbeck will also buy your car even if you don't buy one from them. Call 1-8337-KERBECK for full offer details or at KerbeckCars.com. Tell them Hunter sent you.
By the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-484-9358. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-484-9358. That's 800-484-9358. Again, 800-484-9358.
Get early access to Macy's Black Friday specials on gifts they'll love at prices you will too. Now while supplies last. Like 65% off dazzling FE fine jewelry, 60 to 65% off coats and jackets for the entire family, and 60% off holiday decor, hosting essentials, and so much more. Plus, download the free app for more Black Friday deals at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Did you know a fire department responds to a fire every 23 seconds? First Alert is reminding you to be prepared by installing smoke and carbon monoxide alarms on every level and in each bedroom of your home. Don't forget to add First Alert fire extinguishers on every level, plus in common spaces like the kitchen, and know how to use them. Protect your whole home with safety you can trust by visiting firstalert.com and Lowe's stores today.
Helzberg Diamonds presents The Guy Who Was the MVP. Craig was proposing to his girlfriend and needed the perfect ring, so he asked her friends for some advice.
Get yourself to Helzberg.
Yep, Craig went to Helzberg Diamonds. He learned that Helzberg's been in business for over 100 years. That means quality. And with their price match guarantee, he'd get a great deal and find the perfect ring.
Wow, it's perfect. Oh, yeah.
MVP, most valuable proposer. Be like Craig. Find the ring of her dreams at a Helzberg Diamonds near you or at Helzberg.com.
This football season, you can turn game days into paydays when you visit FanDuel Sportsbook at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. With more than 20 TVs, you'll never miss a play. And with over 30 betting kiosks, it's easy to get in on the action with America's #1 sportsbook. Plus, enjoy exclusive events and promotions. Visit FanDuel Sportsbook at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Open 7 days a week. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Go passionately. Go fearlessly. Go confidently.
Go Birds!
Go confidently towards your goals with First Trust, Philly's hometown bank for nearly 90 years, and the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. We're focused on getting you over the goal line. So go with conviction, go with trust,
Go Birds!
and go forward with us by your side. First Trust Bank, the official bank of Philadelphia dreams. Oh, and go Birds.
I know many of you are in the same position that we were in last year. Your high school seniors looking at colleges. They're trying to narrow down the choices. There's a lot to consider, and I would suggest that College Ave Student Loans is the place you need to be. It's the shortcut on the road to paying for college. You check into collegeave.com with your student. Website's simple. It's easy to use. And their student loan calculator will estimate what your student's monthly payment will look like when he or she graduates. So if they're making a college choice and this college is going to cost them $40,000 or $50,000 over a bunch of years, they'll know exactly what it costs. CollegeApp.com makes it simple, easy. It's an emotional support system that guides you through the journey simply because your college-bound senior needs to understand it's going to cost something, and then you're going to be expected to pay for it. It's a College Ave student loan. They're absolutely awesome. Be part of the process with your student, and they can register to win a $5,000 scholarship. No purchase necessary. Trust me, it'll help you breathe easier. Go to collegeave.com.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
You may not officially be one of my endless cousins, but I do consider you part of our family.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hopefully your Tuesday has gotten off to at least a slightly better start because of hanging out with us, the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. This hour of the show is brought to you by our friends at Martin Law. They are the law firm for injured workers. Visit paworkinjury.com. It was so funny, as I said, I have a Mike. I'm going to call him. I'll just say Mike. I'm not going to give his
What's up, Mikey?
Thing, but Mike on Twitter is one of my most negative followers. He's a good dude.
Okay.
But he's a negative follower. Like he's not the kind of person. He's not like a troll or anything. He's just very negative on
just needs a hug.
Teams.
Might need a hug. That's a good way of putting it, Pat.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll hug him.
He says last night after the game, he sends along a tweet, and he goes, well, I won't be able to listen this week because it'll just be negativity. And I'm thinking to myself, dude, you may be my most negative usual tweeter that tweets something. He sent me a zipped body bag on the Phillies. When I was being positive on the Phillies in September, he sent me a zipped body bag. I guess that would be a meme or a GIF. And he sends it to me, and he's like, are you still being positive this morning? I was like, yeah, I am. I mean, like, it's okay. It's okay to have the being pissed off about last night. And it's totally understandable because they earned it.
I think he needs 2 hugs, Pat.
Could very well be.
Oh, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do what he did, but that's, different strokes for different folks.
I like Tim Sickler, one of our listeners, says the Eagles beat themselves plain and simple. They didn't lose to Washington. They remain undefeated against the league. And I'm like, look, Tim, I think the Commanders had the superior plan and played a far smarter game. I don't agree with that assessment at all. I think the Commanders were the team that played smarter and had a much better plan.
Yeah, if the game plan was to play keep away, they did it to perfection.
Absolutely. I think that was absolutely the plan, don't you?
I said it 3 weeks ago.
Right?
That's the way to beat the Eagles. Keep the ball out of that offense's hands. And the offense was also A.J. Brown, 1 catch for 7 yards. That was strange. Another strange happening last night. I am convinced that early on he did something.
He had enough snaps, though, after that.
He played. Yeah, he played the rest of the game. It just didn't. He didn't look
crisp
right to me. Yeah. You only have 4 targets to him. That's odd. It was just a weird game, which I think makes you able to flush it quicker and easier than you would one that would totally upset you. There's things to be upset about.
Oh, no question.
But the totality of the loss, I think it's easier to move on from.
Hey, Aaron McKee and the Temple basketball team are in action versus Vandy tonight at 7 p.m. at the Liacouras Center. Take advantage of Taco Tuesday and receive $2 off tacos at the game. For tickets, visit alstix.com. I did not try the tacos the other night, Pat. What did you had to sample something when you were at the Temple game? You were there with Jack Egan.
I did. I sampled the ice cream.
You did have the ice cream.
I did.
Yes. It wasn't the Dippin' Dots thing.
No. It was like legit Bassett's ice cream, which is local from
that
Philly.
is.
So.
Now, do you guys share? Because I know I was with you and Jack at a Temple game before, and you guys shared an ice cream.
We did share. So we walked up, and I said, "What kind of ice cream do you want?" He went, "I want vanilla with chocolate chips." And I go, "But I don't really think they have that." And sure enough, they don't. So I go, "Well, they got cookies and cream." Which is basically the same thing, right?
Basically.
He goes, "No, I don't want that. I want mint chocolate chip."
Oh, well, then that's good.
The best ice cream ever.
Yeah, I like mint chocolate. I'm a mint chocolate chip guy. So we got mint chocolate chip. Start the second half. We ate it, and then we watched Temple win.
Mint chocolate chip is green.
Whatever.
Yes,
chocolate mint is white.
Yeah, it was green. It was delicious.
Oh, I love
They give you a pint down there. So
you know who else is the biggest fan of? I think I've told you before. The green mint chocolate chip is former President Barack Obama.
Is he?
And he can eat like one of the little containers all by himself.
Yeah.
I used to do that every Sunday at the Daily News.
Did you really?
Yeah. So me and Mike Kern.
You don't usually eat like that.
No, but Mike Kern and I would go to get sandwiches we worked Sunday morning, so we'd be in there early. And then we'd go walk down, and I would get a pint of mint chocolate chip. And
wow.
Yeah, that's what they give you at the Temple. If you go to the Temple game, you get ice cream. They give you a pint.
Do they really?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. That's pretty good. That's good for sharing.
Well, at first I thought, like, man, that's a lot. Can I just get a couple scoops here, Patty? 2 scoops?
No.
And then we finished it, and I thought, that's good. Yeah, it's a good amount.
Zach Berman from The Athletic joins us coming up here in just a moment, a little bit. I like the idea, Bob, of what you said, that maybe the way certain things happened last night. There were self-inflicted wounds, a lot of them. And honestly, if you just take a couple of them, take the non-self-inflicted wound. If Dallas Goedert isn't dragged down by his face mask for a fumble, that changes a lot in that game, and it doesn't lead to 3 extra points for the Commanders.
Sure. Yeah. If Brandon Graham doesn't 5 seconds after a play, put his hands on a quarterback.
For whatever reason.
You're getting a punt. You have a chance to win that game. You know,
if Quez Watkins has any awareness at all, any ball awareness at all, that doesn't happen. I mean, it does make it easier.
Yeah.
When you look at those things and you go, okay, well, most of that will not happen again.
What makes it most easy for me is that Washington hits a 55-yard field goal last night to go up 26-21 with 7:38 to play. As horrible, and I don't think horrible's too strong of a word.
No.
As horrible as the Eagles played last night, with over 7.5 minutes to go in the game, you were down one score.
And you had a chance to win the game.
Yeah. Okay. The craziness of the night was what it was, and you still had a chance to win. That's the positivity I think you have to take out of today.
I love that. Now that's a good way to look at it, because that really was something that you got to take away from it that way. Is that so many things went weird last night and you lost it. I refuse to do Washington was the better football team last night, though. Washington was the better coaching staff last night.
Yeah.
They were the better team last night. It's okay to say it. It's okay to say it. It happened. I don't think it's happened this year in any other game. So, I mean, I'm fine with it. Nick Sirianni and his staff had a bad night. Bad night. I have every confidence when I've seen 8 others that they can put together a really nice game plan and be ready to attack the Colts.
Oh, it's like we said before, when things are going well, 6-0, 7-0, 8-0, are you really finding things that aren't going very well at all, or are you just riding the high wave? And we said, look, teams that may have been playing bad early in the season are going to get better throughout the season. And the Eagles are going to hit some kind of a lull, whether it be losses or whether it just be stylistic, type of play. Something's going to happen that isn't great right now. And right now, to me, when you look big picture, it's the defense against the run. And that's what has me concerned, like legitimate
you have every right to be
now.
Concerned after the last couple games.
Yeah.
There's no reason you wouldn't be concerned.
I think Jimmy's going to bring up something here, John, that I was going to bring up to you guys today, and I'll see if he has the same thing.
Jimmy, welcome into the Fanatic. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, Jimmy.
Wow, what a weird game. But I just heard what Bob said. And last night, right, first of all, when Jalen ran that ball in, the first touchdown, I'm like, here we go. It's on, right? That didn't happen to be the case.
Sure.
But Nick Sirianni looked physically ill. I mean, they kept panning to him on the sideline, and he looked like he did not look the same. His facial expression was he had zero energy, zero. And then I caught the same thing in his postgame presser. He looked sick.
Yeah, he didn't look positive.
Jimmy,
you know what I mean?
Jimmy, is funny when they showed the one time where he's got the hat on, right? And he's looking his eye. He looked, and I know he was. I'm not. He looked stoned to me.
Well, I mean, that could.
No, I wanted Jimmy to react.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Like Jimmy said, he looked sick, and he just didn't look right. And I'm not insinuating anything here, but it did. He just
Seems like you are, Bob.
No, it was a look that it made me think of something. Like Jimmy thought he looked sick. I thought he looked the way he looked. He didn't look good last night, and maybe he wasn't feeling well. I don't know. I didn't see the post-game presser. I don't know about
was
that.
A hell of a football coach.
It was.
It was fun. I did start laughing because I was thinking, I was like, wow, it's not the best look right there for Nick.
Pass the football, pass the Dutchie.
But
on the left-hand side?
Uh-huh.
There you go. Well,
maybe he should have run the football then.
We had to get to cut away because we had to get to Zach Berman from The Athletic, who joins us on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business keep you ready for what's next. The Natalie dressed Zach Berman last night, looking sharp again in the press box. Getting ready for what was supposed to be a real nice party for the Eagles. It didn't turn out that way. Zach, we talked about it today. I believe the better team won last night. I think the team with the better plan, the team with the better execution. What was your take watching it from the same vantage point?
I don't know if I would frame it that the better team won, but I think the team that took better care of the ball won. I mean, that's a big part of it. And then, yeah, the Eagles really struggled in run defense. I'm not breaking news to you there, but when you allow the other team to hold the ball for 40 minutes, when you allow them to have over 20 third downs in the game, that's a problem. So I think the Eagles are the better team, and I actually think that they were in position to win the game. I thought Washington played better and played cleaner on Monday night.
Zach, you brought up exactly the point that I've been talking about all morning, the concern that I have with this run defense. We talk about Jordan Davis not being there. Obviously, that hurts them a little bit, clogging up the middle. But is there other things you think they can do that they haven't been doing in order to stop the run? Because my plan is to run the ball more yourself offensively so that you hold on to the ball a little bit more.
Well, that's a good question. What can they do differently? And that's going to be a big topic of discussion in the coaches' meetings this week, and really figuring it out with Jonathan Taylor coming up and on Sunday, and then you have Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, you have Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon in there. As far as what you can do, there are different things as far as run blitzes or stunts, things that maybe aren't as characteristic that they could try. They could play more 3 linebacker looks, which is something that they really haven't done if they want to get something more in the middle of the defense. Because, look, it's a different personnel grouping when you don't have Jordan Davis in there. And the run defense is really built around Jordan Davis. Now, it's not an excuse. Every team has injuries, and you need to figure out how to overcome injuries. But if you're a team that believes you can run the ball decently, and they're playing against teams that can run the ball well, then this is something opponents are going to try and have obviously had success. So I want to see what Jonathan Gannon's counterpunch is against the Colts on Sunday.
Zach, when you observed the team afterwards, I was actually very, very sort of uplifted by the veteran messaging coming out of that room, whether it be Jason Kelsey, A.J. Brown, Nick Sirianni himself, of accountability and of not passing the buck, because there were plenty of opportunities last night for people and many in the fan base to blame officials or to try to blame other stuff. What did you feel of that impression of the team suffering their first loss in a long time?
I think it's a good observation on your end. It doesn't surprise me. I do think they have good leadership in that locker room, in that building. Look, this was going to happen at some point. They were not going to go 17-0. Now, it happened sooner than I anticipated. But if you had asked me going into the game or going into the second half of the schedule, what's something that you're not sure they can sustain in the second half, I would have said it's the turnover margin. It's hard to keep being +2, +3 in these games, and that turnover luck ran out. And so I think that there was an acknowledgement in the locker room last night that, yeah, they did have some bad calls that went against them, but that's not why they lost this game. They lost this game because they couldn't get off the field on defense. They lost this game because they had costly turnovers and frankly untimely 3-and-outs on offense, and they didn't play well on special teams either. So this was around the board. All sides of the ball take something here, and I do think it's to their credit that in the locker room they recognized and acknowledged they lost this game. This is not a game where like Washington came in and looked like Michael Vick 12 years ago against them. The Eagles had chances to win and they lost it.
Zach, did you see a lot of difference in the Jonathan Gannon's defense last night without Avonte Maddox? Was there more zone? Was there anything different that you could noticeably pick up?
No, I thought on the back end it was what you typically see. They really didn't do much to compensate for not having Maddox out there. It was really almost and I'll watch the game back when I get off the phone with you guys. But it was Josiah Scott in a 1-for-1 swap. It really seemed like. Now the back end didn't do enough to keep explosive plays off the board. I thought Darius Slay, who's been outstanding this year, He let it blow up there to Terry McLaurin. I just think Washington was making plays, but I don't think they did anything structurally or schematically different in the back end.
I'm not asking you to be a doctor or to reveal any secrets you may have seen afterwards, but do you believe that anybody potentially was playing dinged up last night or got dinged up during the game that we may end up hearing about during the week?
I'm curious to see A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown, who he came off the field a little banged up early, finished the game, but was, the stat line was uncharacteristic. And that's something that I would certainly watch just to see if there's anything there that lingers. Dallas Goedert was in the medical tent. He finished the game. Devontae Smith was in the medical tent. He finished the game. But even when you're finishing the game, the fact that you're evaluated for something during the game often suggests that there could be something thereafter that you need to monitor.
Zach, the Dallas Goedert play with the face masking on, I know when you have a couple of minutes as players, as coaches, you're probably going to say the right thing about, that we shouldn't worry about that. But how critical did you think some of the players thought that play was last night, if anybody spoke on it?
Yeah, I mean, that was a really tough missed call. And I want to frame it as a missed call because it would have nullified the fumble. But actually, when I watched that back, I thought the Washington defender, John Ridgway, I thought he did a good job punching the ball out. And so now the fact that Goddard's helmet was being yanked at the same time perhaps had something to do with it. I did not get a chance to talk to Dallas. I was actually I'm the pool reporter among the media group, so I was on the phone with the officials trying to get clarification on what occurred. And that was one they simply did not see. But that's a really tough missed call because I thought the Eagles had momentum. They were going in the right direction, and the fumble there, and then that made it a 5-point game. So a field goal changes the math there. So I thought that was a critical missed call.
I think it was it's one of those things where I pointed out today, Zach, to the audience, because there's a lot of people, I think, overreacting. And that's just my wording, not anybody else's. But the last 4 Super Bowl champions on this exact date, the Rams had 3 losses by an average of 17 points. The Bucs in 2020 had 3 losses by an average of 16 points. The Chiefs had 4 losses by this point of November 15th. And the Patriots in 2018 had 3 losses by an average of 17 points. I mean, I think there's a lot of, you finally lose a game, everybody doesn't know how to handle it, but the overreaction to this I don't believe should be there because what we've seen is champions year after year having 3 and 4 losses at this time, not 1.
I am totally with you. This is one that I definitely don't overreact to. I tried to look into it and I say, all right, what is isolated to Monday night? And what could be problematic down the line? And frankly, the only thing I really see there is the run. Is the run defense? They need to get that patched up. I keep saying this. They were not going to go 17-0. This was going to come at some point. It was probably going to come more than once. Now, the one thing I will say to that is it just makes their margin for error thinner. And what I mean by that is home field advantage in the first-round bye is so critical, especially in a playoff structure where only one team gets the bye. And with the way the NFC looks, where obviously Minnesota has 1 loss, and there are a few teams there that have 2 losses, just that margin for error, that narrows. So the Eagles really need to come out of the regular season with a first-round bye if they want the best chance of making the Super Bowl. And so they slipped up last night. I think they'll slip up again this season, but they can't slip up too many more times because then that fact is in peril.
See, Bob, Zach Berman, like me, is a guy who looks ahead. It's not too far to look ahead. I think that first-round bye, I obsess on it now, and Bob always is teasing me about it. I'm obsessing on it because I really do believe it changes the math unbelievably for their chances to win.
I am with you there. Now it's not impossible to make it as a wild card, or as a team playing the first week. You saw that last year, obviously, but it changes the math considerably if you only need to win 2 games to get in there and
at home
on your home field.
Yeah,
exactly.
Zach, we'll talk to you next Monday after hopefully a victory over the Colts. Let's hope that's a good trip.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thanks, Zach.
Thanks, Zach.
Zach Berman, join us on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next.
I love the way he puts it. He looks at things that were specific to last night, and then he looks at things that could be problematic moving forward. And really, the only thing, although he did say he didn't think they could sustain the difference that they had in turnovers through the first 8 games, really the only thing moving forward is that run defense.
Jason wants to know, Bob, after hearing Cooney's column and hearing your analysis this morning, do you look at things differently now as a talk show host than you did as a beat writer that was embedded with the team on a daily basis? Do you think you react to things differently and look at them differently? People like Cooney's column.
Well, it's funny.
Pat, people like it.
A few.
Told you, Pat. It's funny because Pat, Chunas, those guys will say, oh, you're still the journalist. That's the way you look at sports. Here, I can allow myself to let fandom creep in a little bit more.
Absolutely.
But no, I don't think I can really get rid of the way I watch games. And you guys know it. I'm not that jump up and down guy. I kind of just, I watch the game for the entertainment value and the story value of it, and to be able to talk about it the next day. It's a great question, and I get asked it often. But that's what fascinates me is the different ways that you can watch games.
Does writing a column to read on the radio, is it sort of the same sort of process you would go through to write a column to put it in print so everybody woke up the next day and read it? Or read it online?
There's a lot more depth to the stuff that I would have put in the paper. Not that I shun this, but this is 200, 300 words of what I read on air, whereas opposed that would be a 900-word story. So, but no, you still want people to listen and make them think. And that's what columns are to me. Make them think and put out there what you think might be it, and it could be a thought that people hadn't come to terms with.
You want to get in with us, 610-632-0975. We got lots more to come. And now what's going to be tuned up before Indianapolis? We just heard Zach Berman talk about it. They better get it fixed. John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. The BetPark Sportsbook and Casino app is the sportsbook for the diehard Philly sports fan. And we all died a little hard last night, I got to say. It really wasn't the best night. But you know what's going to be fun? You're going to get some Sixers basketball this week. You're going to get some Flyers hockey. You're going to get the opportunity to be able to get back on the horse as the Eagles wake up today a 10-point favorite at Indianapolis. A 4th consecutive week as a double-digit favorite. How'd that go last night? Well, if you lost your bet last night and you were a new user, you could have gotten up to $750 in sportsbook bonus back when your first bet's not a winner on the BetParks app. BetParks.com has all the terms and conditions. You can bet on player performances like who scores touchdowns, points, rebounds, assists, goal scorers, and more. You're going to love the BetParks app. You got to be 21, and you must be present in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Should you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
They're like the family from hell on acid that's on steroids.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
Hey, it's Hunter from my friends at FC Kerbeck. My family's been buying trucks and SUVs from Kerbeck for longer than I can remember. Why? Because Kerbeck always has the best selection at the lowest price. Period. And then they follow it up with the best service to keep our trucks running like new for years. But if you've waited to buy, then now you will win. Because Kerbeck Buick GMC has 150 factory fresh Buicks and GMC in stock and reduced, from GMC Sierra pickups to Acadias, Terrains, and 2023 Buick Enclaves. Buy GMC Terrains from just $22.99 or lease a brand new 2022 GMC Terrain from $249 per month, 3.9% for 72 months, plus $2,500 on 2022 GMC Sierras. And FC Kerbeck is close to everywhere, right over the bridge in Palmyra. The Kerbeck family has owned and operated this dealership for over 100 years, about the time that my family started buying from them. Kerbeck will also buy your car even if you don't buy one from them. Call 1-8337-KERBECK for full offer details, or at KerbeckCars.com. Tell them Hunter sent you.
Hi, I'm Steven Singer. Yep, That's me, the I Hate Steven Singer guy. People ask, what does this mean, I hate Steven Singer? Well, most other jewelers love to sell diamond studs that are cheap. They have a name for it, frozen spit. I'm serious. That's what other jewelers call their own products, frozen spit. Can you imagine buying a cloudy diamond that's milky color? Oh my. Buy real diamonds from a real jeweler. Steven Singer Jewelers, who backs up every diamond with a real lifetime full trade-in value. The best money-back guarantee in the business. Here's why. Other jewelers hate our beautiful Anita diamond studs because ours are 100% eye flawless and near colorless. Beautiful stuff. They come complete with our 14-karat safety silicone backs, so she never has to worry about losing them or outgrowing them, because our diamonds are such nice quality that we offer everyone a lifetime upgrade. You can trade in your Anita diamond studs and get exactly what you paid for them. I wish I could trade in my old iPhone and get what I paid. Visit me, the real Steven Singer, at the other corner of 8th and Walnut, or online at IHateStevenSinger.com. One place, one price.
Attention business owners. Imagine getting up to $26,000 per employee sent to you directly by the U.S. government. All businesses during COVID could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee through a CARES Act program. The fact is, all types of businesses, profit or nonprofit, are eligible. There is absolutely no cost to check your eligibility today. ERTC.com is the nation's leading company specializing in employee retention tax credits. Here is a real testimonial from an ERTC client.
We've got some good news. You're going to get $488,000 as a tax refund, which is not a loan, and you can use that in whatever way you'd like to.
Visit ERTC.com today, and in less than 5 minutes, our proprietary rebate calculator will show you how much money you could receive. Act now before the program closes or funds run out. Visit ERTC.com today. That's ERTC.com.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
At Simply Safe Home Security, we know in an emergency, the clock is ticking. So we designed an advanced security system powered by live 24/7 professional monitoring agents who use Fast Protect technology exclusively from Simply Safe to capture video evidence and verify a threat. Then alert police so you get faster police response. Right now, get 40% off any new system. Visit simplysafe.com/holiday to save big today. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Hey, it's Cuz. I hate to say it, but winter's coming. So don't worry. Do what I did and be prepared with an Aaron's, the king of snow. Every Aaron's two-stage snow throw is handcrafted in the USA with powerful engines that won't bog down in any condition. I love my Aaron's snow thrower, especially when I need it most to get me cleared out and on the road fast. Aaron's builds the toughest machines for the worst conditions with a model to fit every need. Throw back when old man winter dishes out with an Aaron's, the king of snow. Visit your local independent Aaron's dealer today.
Cleaning and repairing a building's wastewater pump system is a job, but someone has to do it, and in Philadelphia, that someone is Pumpman Philly. In fact, Pumpman Philly is #1 in everything related to your building's wastewater system, including #2s, troubleshooting, emergency repairs, maintenance, and system replacement. Trust Pumpman Philly to keep the go in your building's flow. 24/7, 365. Call 833-559-PUMP. That's 833-559-PUMP. PumpmanPhilly.com.
No firm in Philly has been helping injured workers longer than Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers. Schedule a free consultation at PAWorkinjury.com. With offices in Center City, Bristol, Malvern, Allentown, Reading, Sunbury, and Harrisburg, our attorneys are ready to listen and get you the justice you deserve. When you or a loved one is hurt on the job, you deserve the best. A firm that has been around longer than any other. PAWorkinjury.com. Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers.
I'm going to tell you about the fact that rural counties in the country, they got lower incidences of cancer, but they got higher death rates. I was telling you earlier that black men are 90% more likely to die from prostate cancer compared to white men. Hispanic patients, more than double the mortality rate for liver cancer compared to white patients. John Kincade, two-time cancer survivor for the American Association for Cancer Research. I am here today thanks to the latest treatments and amazing doctors that are funded by the AACR. I've been cancer-free for 24 years, but not everybody out there has the same access to great care like I did. That's why the AACR works tirelessly every day to help change these numbers. And that's why we've made them the official charity of the John Kincade Show. And right now they need our help to continue their life-saving research. So donate now, and we're going to triple your gift. You just heard me. Make a $10 donation, we're going to make it $30. Make a $100 donation, we're going to make it $300. Go to 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR to help us defeat cancer. And help us by tripling your gift. So your $5 gift becomes $15. Your $100 gift becomes $300. That's 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR.
The John Kincade Show.
What matters is what the fans are saying on Twitter and other social media platforms. The true barometer of success.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
Little double clutch there, Patty, eh?
Yeah, I mean, it happens
I had
to the
one
pros.
before.
It happens to all kinds of different pros.
I think it happened on 3 hours sleep. Or you didn't. I guarantee you. I got 3 hours after getting home from the Eagles game. I got 3 hours. I can look exactly 3 hours, 42 minutes sleep. I guarantee you got less. Because you're a night owl.
Yeah, I am.
You couldn't wind down after that.
Yeah, my dog's sick right now, too, so he's
no.
J-Roll's throwing up quite a bit, so.
What's J-Roll got going on?
I don't know. I have no idea. We got to take him to the vet tomorrow. But, yeah, he's been waking us up the last couple nights, puking his guts out, so.
Oh.
It's been fun.
Was he in our parking lot by any chance overnight?
He wasn't. I think he was in the K lot last night, just throwing it back with the boys.
That could have been.
And,
somebody had a.
he can't handle his liquor.
Somebody had some trouble out in the parking lot.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
could it have been Connor at 1 a.m.?
Yes. May have been.
Because Connor parks over there. You said women. I'm doing a little investigative work. You said it was right next to where you park your car.
It is, yes.
Connor usually parks his car next to where you open up your driver's side door.
You make a good point.
Message received.
Could it have been Connor last night after a microwave hamburger?
No, this
or something.
You know
a
what?
little less chunky.
Some people are probably eating breakfast. So
it's a little less chunky.
No, it's a whole lot chunky.
Oh, jeez.
It looks like
Did it look
a bunch
like
of Captain Crunch, like a box of Captain Crunch got released or something?
Don't look at me.
Or could it have been potato soup?
No.
No.
Could that pass for chunky? You never know.
No.
I apologize to all those people out there trying
Sorry
to
about
have
that.
their breakfast.
By the way, we'll hear from our jurors again coming up, so stick around for that. UPS is now hiring warehouse workers, drivers, and tractor-trailer drivers near you. So if the officials from last night's game would like to find some work, they can apply now at upsjobs.com/shift.
Oh, zing.
Make the shift and make a difference. Boy, they were bad. But UPS actually requires that they have good eyesight if they're going to hire a tractor-trailer driver. So that would rule out everyone, including the buffoon who missed the Dallas Goedert face mask. Just by the way he went down, and I watched it during the last break, the way he goes down, you can tell that there was he was jerked to the ground.
I thought he was seriously hurt, and that's why his head dipped the way it did, like something was wrong. It just looked abnormal. And for you to be standing on the field and not being able to see it, like I said, one of the replays was right behind the back judge, and it's right in front of his eyes. Now, are his eyes elsewhere? What he thought? I guess, but why aren't you looking at the ball in that place when a guy's getting tackled?
Hey, Brian in Texas has been holding on. Brian, good morning. Thanks for joining us on The Fanatic.
Hey, guys, what's up? I won't kill most of your time, but, hey, John, I also want to say this, that you got to kind of accept the fans' reaction right now. Because I'm one, and when we're winning, it masks a lot of the things we've been doing wrong. We've been seeing a run defense. I mean, from the Detroit game, we've seen a run defense be a problem all season, right? But it's never been addressed. So you got fans building up these things that could cause us to lose that's not being addressed. And then when it gets exposed on national TV, fans are going to explode. So I think that what you call overreaction, I think it's legitimate. When you keep seeing us run the same vanilla defense all the time, not being aggressive, allowing teams to run, and we don't adjust or change or get better, like Gannon kind of accept that because apparently he has this limited ability within mixing up a defense, fans get frustrated.
Well, Brian, first off, I don't disagree with anything you just said. So I take no issue with your concern over it. What I have issue with is people doing oh, boy, now they've been exposed. Man, they stink. They're awful. This team, see, we knew they were bad all along. This is terrible. They're the people I have a problem with. I don't have a problem. Everything you just said, there wasn't a lie told. And I think Jonathan Gannon's game plan last night was the first time this year that I say that absolutely sucked. It sucked.
Yeah, he put it. I mean, we did get some bad calls, but I mean that happens.
No blaming officials. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but let us vent a little bit though, man.
It's all right. Yeah,
I'm here in Dallas, Texas, and after this loss, you don't want to hear about it.
Well, wait a minute though. They lost. They've lost 3 times. Tell them to worry about losing 3 times.
Listen. How many Cowboys fans you know that got good sense? They're delusional.
Yeah, that's the shit.
It doesn't matter if they
But hey, Brian, here's the math I want to happen, and we'll talk about it later in the week. I want the Cowboys to rise up this week and beat the Vikings, and then I want the Cowboys to beat the Giants on Thanksgiving, so that way the Giants will have 3 losses and the Cowboys will have 3 losses, and the Vikings will have 2. See?
I hear you. That makes a lot of sense. But I can never go with any situation with them boys in blue.
Yeah, you can't because you got to live with it. You got to live with it, dude. Thank you, buddy. He's dealing with it every day.
That can't be fun.
Oh, no.
Nah,
well,
I don't want to do that.
My buddy Norm Frederick was there last night. We saw Norm.
What's up, Norm?
And by the way, Norm was the guy last night, Pat, who came to your defense when there was a policeman giving you a hassle.
I don't know.
And by the way,
I don't think he was a policeman. I think he was just security.
Okay, might have been security.
Yeah.
2 people. You came in with an assessment of the situation of what happened to you, getting into Xfinity Live.
Yeah.
And then one of my good friends ends up being the guy that you said, some guy was like engaging with him going, hey, it's Pat Egan, leave him alone. And that was my buddy Norm, and he came in and saw us later. And then another guy said, Pat was getting harassed trying to just come to work.
Yeah, the guy had a few choice words for us as we were leaving, too.
Wait a minute. When you were leaving, he did?
Yeah.
What did he say?
The F-bomb on us.
Yeah,
what?
We've left. We were shown a quick exit out of Xfinity, so we don't have to wade through all the people.
Okay.
By somebody that worked there in like week 2.
Yeah. All right.
So we've left.
Is that one out near the fire pit? Go out there.
Yeah.
That's the way I go too.
Yeah. So we've left there every single week, and I guess this week the same guy didn't really like it, so he had a few choice words as we were leaving for us. And
wow, he was really he might
have just been having a bad day.
He wasn't friendly with me when I came in. And we love the people there at Xfinity Live.
It's just everybody has a bad day. Look, Nick Sirianni and Jonathan Gannon.
They had
a bad day.
Yeah,
so,
they did.
Guy was just trying to do his job. It was cold out, whatever. But
oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, I won't be sending him an edible arrangement, but.
Hey, he could use an edible. Probably. Hey, John, you're on the Fanatic. How are you?
Hey, how y'all doing, guys? How y'all doing this morning?
We're trying to do better, John. Help us.
Well, I just want to say that there's no excuse for the Eagles to get their ass kicked by the Redskins backup. This is Tyrone from Cabinet. Go down!
Oh, he got us.
Oh, man. He got us good.
Hey, Tyrone, let me ask you something. Tyrone.
Yes.
Where were you yesterday morning?
I'll call. Y'all won't let me up.
What are you talking about? Tyrone, wait a minute. Connor knows it right now. You could come on anytime you want, because if you want to come on after you got your asses kicked by the Green Bay Packers for the 3rd time this year.
By Green Bay Packers at home.
The 3rd. What is that? They had lost 5 in a row. They're one of the worst teams in the NFC.
Quarterback. We lost to a legendary.
Oh, John. I'm going to call you John because that was your con name.
Man.
Here he goes. Let's get out the world's smallest violin and keep the you don't show up to a party throwing rocks when you're a 3-loss team and you're in 3rd place. This isn't the time, Tyrone. Tyrone, you can't hide out, Tyrone, when you're losing.
Are garbage. You got your ass kicked last night.
Tyrone. Here's Tyrone, sort of like Green Bay did to you on Sunday.
That's at home.
In home in Green Bay, yeah. You know they'd already lost at home,
right,
Tyrone?
What are your other 2 losses, Tyrone?
No, Tyrone,
what about your other losses?
Two other losses.
Tyrone, what about their other losses? Tell me about them.
Tampa Bay, the Super Bowl champions 2 years ago.
Oh, 2 years ago, Super Bowl champions. That's good.
5-5.
That was good.
They have the same record as Washington, Tyrone.
They have the same team. Y'all got exposed last night.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, Tyrone, you know who else? You know who else they?
Anthony and tell him the same.
Hey, Tyrone, wait a minute here. You know who else beat Green Bay in Green Bay that you're saying it's this big thing? The Giants.
Who?
The Giants.
The Giants.
The team you're looking up to in the standings. You can't, Tyrone, you can't see
Get his
us.
ass, Tyrone.
You can't see us because there's a team between us.
Because we're John Cena.
And by the way, they went to Green Bay and they won. And then the Jets went to Green Bay and won also. So what are you talking about?
We beat the Giants, yes or no?
What, you already have a loss. You're in third place, Tyrone. Tyrone, you're in third place. I get it. You're upset. You're a little butthurt. It's okay. It's okay.
John, you lost, man.
It's okay.
We all
Tyrone
lost.
owned you.
Hey, he owned all of us.
He owned
He's
all
terrible.
of us.
Yeah, he's
I'm
a
calling
winner.
Tyrone my dad now. I mean, he just owned me.
Hey, Ryan, what's going on, brother? How you doing? Ryan?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good, buddy.
Hey, man, Redskins came through. We handed you guys that L. Take that and eat it, man.
Another one he got.
Ryan, this
Hey,
is
Ryan,
Are you friends with Tyrone?
Ryan, are you on a rotary phone? Because Redskin fans don't get to call much and boast, so I want to give you time.
I'll tell you what, man. Tyrone and I are going to be good boys, man. I hope Tyrone's doing well where he is today. We're going to have a great day today.
You are? What's fourth place feel like, though?
I'll tell you what.
He's used to it.
Man, it feels.
You're used to it, right? I mean, you're used to it. You got it.
To win every game to get where you guys are. I'll tell
That's
you
right.
that.
Yeah.
Talk your smack, Ryan. Talk your smack. You earned it today, bud.
Ryan, we're giving you your chance today. So I mean, like, really bring your best stuff. Like tell us all about the proud history 35 years ago of Washington.
I'll tell you what, man. I'll tell you guys that you guys got smacked last night.
No. Tell us about the fine Washington team.
Nothing else.
Tell us about it.
Go play that Meek Mill for us.
Tell us about it.
Wait, give me a second. I'll pull it up. Don't worry.
Pull it up, Pat. Wait a minute. We're getting it for you here.
Nightmare portion.
You guys, now, how's fourth place feel?
The nightmare portion's the best portion of the song.
That is the best part of that song.
It is the best part of that song, and you guys are experiencing.
There it is. Ryan, are you dancing right now?
I'm having a great time.
You should be. Fourth place is great. I mean, you here's what I want you to do, though, Ryan. I want you to aspire for more than fourth place. You can do it.
I have big dreams, you know.
A new owner would help.
Way to the top. We're the underdogs.
Oh, you're the underdogs. Ryan,
good luck with it,
Ryan. How about this?
Best of luck.
Ryan, how about this? You think do you think your boys have a chance to make the postseason?
No, not a chance.
Ryan,
I love Ryan.
Ryan, call back anytime.
I love Ryan.
I like that. Let's check out what some of our jurors have to say this morning. The personal injury law firm of Flager and Associates. They care, they prepare, and they win. Visit FlagerLaw.com. The one who's having a bad day, we thought that Darius Slay got toasted last night. Connor's getting toasted on the call screen.
I think we're getting toasted by
He's
these
getting
callers.
toasted.
We're bringing it.
Oh, my gosh. All right, what do we got?
All right,
Pat?
one man who always brings it, though, is our buddy E-Rock.
Yeah, it's E-Rock reporting for jury duty, sitting in angry traffic, leaving the link right now. Look, I could blame the refs and have a good argument. I could say that the Eagles beat themselves and have a good argument. But more importantly than any of that, you got beat by the Commanders, dude. Last place in our division, Commanders. Your defense played soft, you turned the ball over, and you deserve to lose. Listen, I'm kind of glad this is out of the way because Philadelphia Eagles, this is your wake-up call. Fix it.
I'm telling you, that was a great call.
Yeah.
Great call by E-Rock. Great summary.
As usual.
There you go.
Let's go to our buddy Matt from Bala Kinwood.
Hey, it's Matt from Bala Kinwood, and if you can hear my voice, I was actually just leaving the game. 8-1, heck of a season so far, but tonight was a matter of too many turnovers at costly times, penalties for roughing the passer at the end of the game, the no call on the fumble by Goddard, and just the interception of A.J. Brown that I know Jalen Hurts was trying to get something going with A.J. But honestly, tonight was not our night, and the Commanders took advantage of it.
Yeah, they did. They had the better plan. They executed their plan to perfection. Absolutely perfection.
Yeah, E-Rock's call in the parking lot right afterwards, even then, with the emotions all still fresh, he wasn't pissed off. He wasn't, crazy over the top. It was a realistic look at what happened last night. Nobody's going to be happy with it, but I do think generally the fan base is, okay, wow, chalk up one sucky performance. That sucks. Move on. And that's good. Hopefully the team's the same way. Flush down the toilet, get better at what you're not performing at well now, and move on.
All right, let's finish up with our buddy Stefano.
Hello, this is Stefano. That was a frustrating game. Defense couldn't get a third down stop. It also looked like they didn't have any answers or adjustments. Offense looked like they couldn't get into any rhythm. No reason to panic for me, but this is a test to live up to the standard that the team has set for themselves, and that starts next week.
And that's what it is. Stefano, a man of a few words there, but really summed it up beautifully. Great job by our jury today. Really great job. And
I like everybody's reaction. It's just a realistic, good look at a bad game.
Yeah, it's a measured approach.
Exactly.
Measured approach.
And you figure a lot of them, I feel like, a few of them said it in the process, but they were doing it right afterwards. Like these didn't come in today when you've had a few hours to think about it. These came in right after the loss. Or in E-Rock's case, what is he was sitting in traffic, which really should make him angrier than, you lose the game. That makes you angry, but you're sitting in traffic. That heightens it. But he was even measured.
Was it bad getting out of there last night?
it was, well, I got to tell you, the media lot, they do a spectacular job, the Philadelphia Eagles. They have the barricades up, so you literally can just pull out. I had nobody in front of me there, made the right, set for 2 lights and got on to 95. So it was simple. So it really isn't then. But could be a difficult time on some nights, but last night they did a great job. It was quiet last night, though. It was like a death shuffle leaving that building. The quietest I ever left a stadium was after they lost to the Buccaneers in that NFC title game.
Yeah.
But last night had a little bit of that death shuffle to it. I think part of it was the late night. And even though last night's game was fast. I mean, that was much faster than I expected.
Yeah, a buddy of mine texted me this morning who's had season tickets for over 30 years. Energy in the crowd, not typical for a Philly fan base. 4 night games on top of all the Phillies night games zap some of the energy.
Oh, come on now. The Phillies have been done for 10 days. 10 days. Enough of this excuse. I'm saying that's an excuse. It's 10 days ago. Everybody's had plenty of time to rest.
No?
No,
that hurts. Sometimes it takes a little while to bounce back from a shot to the jaw, John.
Oh,
Can't
my
just
God.
do it in one day.
I thought it was late. I thought the Steelers day didn't have the energy. I think it felt like a flat sort of crowd. Pat talked about it.
Yeah.
It just didn't seem, and yesterday afternoon, the parking lot seemed dead.
Dallas night game.
It just didn't seem, And the Dallas night game, they literally, in the second half, I think the fans fell asleep. I've been surprised. This is the best year that Eagle fans, record-wise, have had since the Super Bowl year.
I really think the opponents are what it is.
Opponents and complacency of 6-0, 7-0, 8-0. I mean, that's realistic.
I find it in myself. Like I talked about it earlier, you lose a game, and normally when we lose in this city, it is skies falling, and it's, oh my God, how do we not let this spiral? But even though they lost last night, not a lot of people think it's going to continue. It's just kind of all right, whatever.
I'll tell you what, there's no better judgment that we could have of the fans than Pat. I mean, we know how emotional he is on wins and losses.
Sure.
He came in today. I mean, like you said, you're not sky isn't falling. You weren't down in the dumps. It was they played terribly.
Well,
they should have lost that game, and that's it.
What's weird though is Pat, the Pat that I was always told by Bob, by Jamie, by Coach. Oh, wait till you see Pat after Eagles losses.
Yeah,
I've yet to see that.
Yeah, people.
I've yet to see what was described to me.
People are spreading lies. All right,
that's
people need to
Far
get
and
my
wide?
name out their mouth. They need to get my family's name out their mouth. I don't appreciate it. You were sold a bill of goods, bud.
I was sold. I mean, seriously, I was sold that it'll be.
You were told that I was uber talented and I get angry after losses.
No,
and
Bob never said that.
Maybe, just maybe, Pat's growing up right before our eyes.
I've been trying to grow up for 16 years and I'm still 5'3". So
there you go.
It happens.
Pat, what about you were bringing up that C.J. Gardner-Johnson?
Yeah, what point is Howie lock him up?
Well,
I mean,
not soon enough, and there's money to potentially do it.
Yeah, so I know he's going to have a Jalen Hurts extension to deal with too, but I'm like Jamie, I don't really worry about the cap situation with Howie. He'll figure it out. But you traded for this guy, and you'll be able to recoup the draft pick that you traded for him if he hits the open market and signs with another team. I don't want to see him sign with another team, and it's not just because of the interceptions. Like I think he's played really, really good football. John, I know you were in the press box last night, but I'm sure you saw in the replay. They had that wide receiver. I forget who it was. I think it was. Doesn't matter. He went over the middle, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson came up, open field tackle, and it was a great open field tackle. That if he doesn't make it, that guy's got a big gain of 16, 20 yards.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, he's played really, really well in this system. I want to keep it going. So it seems like every single game he's making at least one or two plays where I go, all right, at what point are we locking him up?
I think it's got to happen. Look, the money was freed up. Some of the veterans renegotiated deals and things like that. Now we're at the point where they can't trade for anybody. So the money's going to be used to extend somebody. You can't sign Jalen Hurts till after the season. So I would believe that Gardner-Johnson's the guy. That
Just
he'd be the
looking
guy.
up, I forgot how old he was here. He's only 24 years old.
He's another one. Lock him up.
Yeah, I mean,
Howie's the man.
It seems like every single game he's upping his value even more. So let's lock him up. And Howie's usually really good at this. He usually signs guys.
He'll find a way.
Yeah, well, this guy
I'm not
keeps
worried, but it's just every game he keeps upping the value just a tinge bit more.
Wasn't it better for him than to wait? I'm speaking from
CJ?
his standpoint. Yeah.
I mean, look, the answer on the surface, yes, maybe, but it's football, and you never know when you're.
I guess you
never
see an
know when it's
injury,
coming.
right?
Yeah,
exactly.
you never know.
Get that
Look
cash
at,
when you
Sidney
can.
Jones.
All right, 9 o'clock hours coming your way next. We got a lot coming your way, including Bob Cooney talking about could Jalen Hurts possibly be not getting enough credit? That's one of the things we'll talk about next hour. You want to be with us. It's the John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. When people talk about appliances in their home, rarely do they talk about their water heater. But your hot water heater is needed for showers, for laundry, your dishwasher, washing your hands and shaving. That's why you want a Bradford White water heater in your home like we have. Bradford White water heaters are amazing, and they deliver top performance reliably day after day. And speaking of professional performance, like a true pro, you can only get a Bradford White water heater through your plumbing professional. So ask them, and they'll tell you about the quality, dependability, and performance that only Bradford White delivers consistently. So when your family's comfort and convenience is on the line, go with a Bradford White water heater. It's built to be the best. Bradford White. Learn more about it and find a plumbing and installation professional near you by checking out BradfordWhite.com, because how you heat your hot water, it matters. Choose Bradford White.
The John Kincade Show.
I am so excited I can't stand it!
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
Hey guys, listen up. Losing weight not only helps your overall health, but research shows that it also can increase testosterone levels, which can resolve ED and low libido. It can help a multitude of things. With NJ Diet, losing weight takes only 40 days. That's right, up to 40 days to lose it contractually 20 to 40 plus pounds. Weight loss is contractually guaranteed. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize natural formulas and supplements where the side effect is weight loss. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed. NJ Diet is all natural. No shots, no hormones, no counting points, no prepackaged foods. Ew. No surgery. Schedule an initial consult at one of their convenient locations. Cherry Hill, King of Prussia, Newark, Delaware, from the comfort of your home with live online video consultations. No matter how much weight you need to lose, NJ Diet is for you. Don't wait for your doctor to give you bad news, then try to figure it out. Stay ahead of your health by calling 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET, or visit NJDiet.com and lose the weight for good.
The NBA action is just getting started, and so are the incredible offers at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers can make any $5 NBA pregame moneyline bet and get $200 in free bets if your team wins. Plus, everyone can earn up to 100% boost with DraftKings stepped-up same-game parlays. I love these. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app, place a same-game parlay, and combine multiple bets like which team will win, total rebounds, total points scored, and more. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code FANATIC. Make any $5 bet this week and get $200 in free bets if your team wins. That's code FANATIC only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Must be 21 or older. Pennsylvania only. Bonus issued as free bets. One boost per eligible game. Opt-in required. 10-plus leg requirement for a 100% boost. Deposit, parlay, and wagering restrictions apply. Eligibility and terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball. Terms in partnership with Meadows Racetrack and Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet and 1 gigabit of Xfinity Mobile together, starting as low as $24.95 a month when you qualify for Internet Essentials. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Limited to Internet Essentials, residential customers meeting certain eligibility criteria. Taxes and fees extra. Pricing subject to change. Xfinity Internet required if no longer eligible for Internet Essentials. Regular rates apply. Reduced mobile speeds after 20 gigabytes of data usage.
Hi, it's John Kincade for College Ave Student Loans. If you're high school seniors looking for scholarships this fall, College Ave is here for you. They're giving away $5,000 right now. Just go to collegeave.com/college before November 30th to enter to win. It's fast, it's easy, and could have a big impact on your college cost. College Ave wants to help you have a stress-free college experience. So don't miss out. $5,000 is available to you at collegeave.com/college. No purchase necessary to enter or win. See official rules for details.
This is Staples.
So rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
Mm-hmm. We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yeah, and we have UPS here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples is your one-stop shipping destination. Now get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item in-store or online with 1-hour pickup. Staples, the best-kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
Hey, it's Cuz. Score the biggest savings of the year during Colonial Marble and Granite's Black Friday Super Sale. Save 30% off all stone kitchen countertops, 35% off all kitchen cabinetry, plus 60% off select exotic stone. Get zero money down, 0% financing on purchases of $19.99 or more. Get that kitchen and bathroom of your dreams. Stop into one of their area showrooms or at colonialmarble.net and tell them Cuz sent you.
Call timeout on your game day plans. The sports bar you and your friends are looking for is in your backyard right in Huntington. 97.5 The Fanatic takes the morning show on the road before every away game. Live from Timeout on Pine in Huntington Valley. Right off Philmont Avenue on Pine Road, Timeout on Pine has the area's largest screens, perfect for all live sports. With plenty of free parking, great food and drink specials, and a spacious bar, there's no better place to meet friends and watch sports than Timeout on Pine. For more info, visit timeoutpa.com. That's timeoutpa.com.
Helzberg Diamonds presents The Guy Who Did His Homework. When it came to Jill's engagement ring, Brady knew exactly what to get.
Okay, so I came up with a design and showed it to all of our friends.
She'll love it.
Then he went to Helzberg. Their incredible selection of high-quality, lab-grown, and natural diamonds made creating that special ring easy. Her reaction?
I love it. Can't wait to tell everybody.
Everybody might know about it.
Be like Brady. Create the ring of your dreams at a Helzberg near you or at helzberg.com. Ask now about special financing offers.
Hey, guys, imagine if your favorite casino came with an undo button. Well, you get that with FanDuel Casino's Play It Again. Get up to $1,000 back if you're down after your first day. Play your favorite table games and hundreds of slots for real cash. See why FanDuel Casino is #1 rated online casino app. I just love looking at all the daily and weekly promotions. I get to play with live dealers. And if I ever have a question, they have an in-class customer support team that is there every second of every day. So sign up for FanDuel Casino with promo code Bob today and play it again up to $1,000 back if you're down after your first day. That's promo code Bob. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Must not have previously placed any wager on FanDuel Sportsbook, FanDuel Casino, Betfair Casino, Mohegan Sun Casino, or Stardust Casino. Refund issued as non-withdrawable casino-only site credit that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/casino. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Whether you were a day one listener or have just joined the party, we're glad to have you here. It's the John Kincade Show. It's continuing now
on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Bob Bobby's shooting is a little off, Pat. I think it's that neck thing, which hopefully gets corrected today.
Oh, we're going to have a lot of fun getting needles and crap like that tonight in the neck. Yeah. Sounds like fun, doesn't it?
9 o'clock hour of the John Kincade Show is brought to you by the Bagster. Put your neck problems in the Bagster.
I'm ready.
It's a dumpster in a bag. Get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. And for details, go to Bagster.com. I feel much... This is the first show since my return that I feel like last year when we lost to Tampa Bay in the postseason. Nobody expected them to be there, and nobody expected them to win that game. It felt different when you got clubbed over the head like a baby seal. This one is the first day going in. I was like, oh, geez. I'm driving in this morning and thinking, I guess it's short rest. Didn't have a lot of sleep and everything. I'm thinking, okay, this is going to be terrible today. People are going to just be miserable. Our listenership, you continue to impress me. Like, I think we've had really good... Some good discourse. We've had some good venom. We've had a Cowboys fan celebrate. We've had a Commanders fan. And Pat, you were wrong. You got to put $5 in the jar. We found a Commanders fan. We found somebody. They actually do have a fan.
Guy owned us.
I mean, we that, you know.
He did get us pretty good, both of them.
And we'll discuss with Connor a little bit after the show. These people...
I'll give Connor a break.
You think he's tired? Because he was up till 1 o'clock, and he did a great job on postgame.
Yeah, that is. I know we joke about Connor always being tired and whatnot. No, that's a tough turnaround.
Oh my gosh! And he was entertaining the folks on the ride home last night. Very thoughtful, very measured. A lot of people wanted to get stuff off their chest, and Connor doing a great job with that.
Did he talk about his softball championship?
Well, he did. He said that he knew that Ron Rivera. He was talking about sort of he knows what it means to dig deep. To go out there to win a championship. So he brought it up a couple times.
Okay.
Gave it a point with that, which is good.
Gave insight on what you need to do to win a championship at a high level.
As far as, more importantly, he was talking about like where Bob was saying he thought that A.J. Brown maybe got dinged up a little bit. Because he was talking about that, how it truly is, it's tough coming off this softball season.
Yeah,
Connor's
he understands.
obviously a little beaten up.
He said to me yesterday his lower body is just, from the long season, it's just worn out.
He's going to train hard, though, for next season.
Yeah, but he's got to give himself, some time off because of that, grueling softball schedule.
Well, he's got to, too, learn, and not take his eye off the ball with people getting by him on the screener today. He's got a little off the ball. He was hitting, he was taking walks in softball.
Yeah. And
so he was using all his good vision for that. Well,
yeah.
They have pinch runners in that league.
For every batter, if they so choose.
That's incredible.
Nobody has to
That's
run.
Incredible.
That's
not softball. That's not even it's not baseball and it's not softball.
It's Connor ball.
You can have a pinch runner for everybody in the league? Jeez, for God's sakes. Hey, Bob, one of the things you wanted to talk about was the idea of how Jalen Hurts this year. Are people underestimating him?
Well, it's funny. Obviously, this is a topic that I came up with before the game last night, but it still doesn't matter about last night. We will go into this season with Jalen Hurts, and the big topic of discussion was people either, I'm out, he's not the guy, you're probably going to have to move on from him, you'll see this year. Others were like, no, I've seen enough, I think he's going to be okay. And then there was a lot of us in the middle that said, well, I think we get to watch him this year and make our decision this year. So that's kind of how he goes into the season. And then he has the type of season that he's having, and they were 8-0 at the time, 8-1 now. And it just got me to wondering, when was the last time we had MVP talk? Because that's where Jalen Hurts is now. It's not just, has he won this job? Is he the franchise quarterback moving forward? He's one of the top guys in MVP discussion this year. And then you go back and you say, when was the last time you had an MVP discussion when it came to an Eagles quarterback?
Carson Wentz.
In 2017, right?
2017.
That's funny. After 9 games, Carson Wentz, after 9 games, they were 8-1 also. Let's hear the number comparison here, John. Well, I think after 9 games, we were all in. Carson Wentz is probably going to be the MVP of this league. He should be. We were all in on it. Carson Wentz that year, through 9 games, these numbers are pretty cool. Wentz had 176 completions. Hurts has 180. Wentz threw 291 passes. Hurts only 265. Hurts is completing 68% of his passes to Wentz's only 60%. Now, Carson Wentz, we talked MVP 2017 at this exact time. Carson Wentz threw for 2,262 yards. Hurts is at 2,217 yards. There's not even a 50-yard difference there. Hurts has thrown for 14 touchdowns. Wentz threw for 23 at this point, but Hurts also has 7 rushing TDs, so that takes you up to 21 total touchdowns. Wentz had no rushing touchdowns, so it's 23-21 when you compare the touchdown totals. And the little disparity in the 40 yards or so or 50 yards in passing, Hurts makes up for with over 150 more rushing yards than Wentz had at the time. So not only are his numbers comparable to Wentz in 2017 when we were saying, oh, no doubt about it, this guy's an MVP right here, they're better.
What's funny is I completely blindsided by that entire exchange.
Really?
I got
him too, just like the callers.
I never
having a rough day.
I have not looked at Jalen Hurts' season, and if anyone said to me, "Is this Jalen Hurts' season sort of like Wentz's in 2017?" I would have said, "Hell no."
Same exact record through 9 games, and their numbers
are almost mirror images.
Mirror images, and you could say that Hurts are better.
I'm shocked that Bob brought that to the table because that's a Kincade.
Yeah,
talking point right there.
That is. I'm absolutely. You know what? I'm floored, Pat. I wouldn't have seen that coming at all.
The only thing I'm very surprised by that too. By the way, the only difference that I see is that Jalen Hurts has better weapons, and really it's just weapon. His number 2 wide receiver is better. Devontae Smith, I think, is better than Torrey Smith, and I think A.J. Brown was better than Alshon Jeffrey. But other than that, it speaks to the level of play and the jump that Jalen Hurts is taking. It's a jump that I didn't think he was capable of. And boy, was I wrong. And I thought it was another strong game last night. Like, statistically, it didn't look great. I thought he played really well.
You don't drop a couple of passes, and it's almost undoubtedly an Eagles win.
Like that throw to Quez was perfect.
Oh my God, it was perfect.
Great throw.
And for put my hand up for a guy that questioned his arm strength, looked good there.
I love the A.J. Brown throw too.
The A.J. Brown interception on replay, you go, no, that's a perfect throw. A.J. just couldn't bring it in. That's a perfect throw though. I mean, he was holding it. So I no longer sit there and worry about Jalen Hurts.
No,
and you guys knew how I felt about Jalen Hurts when the season started. So it's a real blessing, but yeah, I didn't realize that you put the numbers next to each other. They are really mirror imaged.
Bob, that is by the way, that be some great digital content too, because that would blow people away. That would blow people away. That would blow people away.
It's pretty funny.
I can't believe that.
Yeah.
No, I can't believe it because. And I feel bad because I would have absolutely dismissed somebody if they said to me, well, this is a lot like Wentz's 2017. I would have laughed. I would have said, no, it's not.
And
that was an amazing year. That was incredible.
And both of them, Wentz was in his second full year as a starter. You can say,
yes,
I'm comfortable that Hurts is in his second full season as a starter. So we'll see how it goes. But,
hey, that's the great work. Great work. Hey, the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app. Odds, slots, bets, and games all coming together in perfect harmony right there in your pocket. You can download it now at betparx.com. Thursday night, come on out and join us at PJ's in Horsham, Pennsylvania. We'll look forward to seeing you there. We're hoping this time that Haley does not end up driving. Where did she drive last time?
Allentown.
She drove to Allentown. We will hopefully Haley does not go to Allentown. Afterwards.
If she does, she does. I don't know.
If it's Haley's going to make it out to Horsham and then back. And she's going to go back towards Philadelphia. Not towards Dorney Park. Now,
Allentown's beautiful this time of year.
Well,
it is. It doesn't get enough
respect. It's a tourist destination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people are flooding Allentown.
I think that we're going to hopefully get Haley back.
Yeah, they got a Target up there.
Does your significant other ever question your communication skills?
All the time.
With them?
All the time.
I got a text during the last break. Oh, you have a PJ's this Thursday night? I said, yeah, I just found out too. It'd be nice if I knew about it.
Found out?
Besides hearing about it over the radio. Well,
that's what I sent. See now, because of
Donna,
those,
we just found out.
Because of those communication issues, Donna, that is why my significant other says, okay, Sit down with me right now and give me your calendar for the week so I know where you're going to be. No, but it takes 2 seconds, and then there's no communication there. Because I'm like you, Bob. I would go, oh, I thought I told you that.
Yeah, Bob's pretty bad with that stuff.
Is he?
I'm so day-to-day, dude. You know me.
You really are.
Yeah, because Bob
you're not that guy.
Bob, you'll bring up something, and Bob will go, I think I'm going to try to go to that thing. And then it comes
I did it this morning.
About Temple.
The thing, and he's like, I forgot, man. I got to go talk about the good old days of Rock Tim Glenn.
No, I did it this morning, though. I said to Coach, I said, do we have any of those Temple tickets? I might want to go tonight. And I was like, oh, wait, I can't. I got a doctor's appointment.
You were serious, and this is a major doctor's appointment to try to get you feeling better after you've been struggling for a while.
Yeah,
that's why Donna should give you the wiggle room.
I'm making her go with me tonight. Is this a jerk move? So apparently they put all these pins and stuff and needles in me, and there's like electrodes, and then they have to put a huge needle in my neck for steroids and whatever. And she gets grossed out by that. I'm making her go with me. I want her to watch all these.
You're making her
Is it
go
a
with you
jerk
to
move?
watch it? Yes.
Well, in case anything happens to me, somebody's got to take care of me.
That's a jerk move.
No,
Yes,
maybe.
it
What
is.
if what if they hit something wrong and
You know,
Joe Cordell.
You know, I seriously, you.
No, she's got to go.
No.
Sure. I watched 4 babies be delivered. She can watch me get some needles in my arms and neck.
What's wrong, man?
No, I'd wait for you outside. She can wait for you in the waiting room.
Oh, if I'd have said that when the kids were being born, how do you think that would have
That's
gone
different.
over?
He said there is Bob. You're not walking out with a little bundle of joy.
Yeah, you birthing kids
Hey,
tonight?
how do you know? That's right. It's a big bundle of joy, John.
My cousin Dan says he gets, what nights do you have meetings this week? And then I'm figuring Dan probably works in like one trip to, head on out to, one of the watering holes and says, well, we have a meeting.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have a meeting. Very important fire stuff.
Jamie,
Shell, you got to listen. Fire stuff we got to talk about.
Jamie talked about he would order PJs and then he would immediately go pick it up so he could sit at the bar, drink a beer for a little bit while.
Oh my God, they said it's ready.
Yeah.
Oh, there it
This
is.
thing happened. No, it wasn't ready. So
Hey, in Pat's point of view, he thinks that Nick Sirianni learned something last night.
This is Pat's point of view. Here's Pat.
Hey guys, it's me.
What's up, buddy?
Hi, Pat.
Yeah, I think Nick Sirianni got schooled last night by a veteran coach. I think Nick Sirianni got owned by a guy that had coached in the Super Bowl before, and I think Nick Sirianni got beat by his own game. We talked about in the pregame leading into it, the Eagles were so good at dominating time possession and putting together sustained, long, time-sucking drives that would just debilitate a defense. And then Washington went out and did it, where it just kept the ball away from your offense. It kept your defense on the field. And you're right, the rushing defense wasn't nearly as bad as it looked, but that was because they couldn't get off the field in third down. And that was because they were 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3. Tough task to get off the field in third and less than 3. So,
right.
I think he learned a valuable lesson, and I'm not quite sure what the lesson is, to be quite honest with you.
Well, wait a minute. This can't be Pat's point of view if you can't tell us what the lesson is that he learned. That's the punchline of the whole thing.
Well, I think there's just levels to this game, and to be prepared. I'm not quite sure, but he got owned by a veteran coach at his own game.
It's like those old sitcoms where the father would go up and say, did you learn your lesson? And the kid would be like, yeah, I did. And the father would turn around and say, oh, good, because I have no idea what it is.
Yeah, look, it's not my job to figure out what the lesson is. It's Nick Sirianni's, because Bob's right. Like, the book is somewhat out, and you're facing good running backs coming up. You're facing an Indianapolis team that, look, it's kind of a joke right now with Jeff Saturday and everything. He's going to rush the ball. He's not going to throw too much. He's going to just hand it off to Jonathan Taylor. And that's our big fear. That was our big fear when Jordan Davis went down. So you need to figure out how to make teams throw against you and throw against the secondary. Because that was, I think, one of the big keys to success with the Eagles winning games, and especially their success in the second half, was they were already going into the half up. Forcing teams to throw the ball against the secondary, it wasn't much success there.
No.
And it led to a lot of wins. This was the first game that we saw where the Eagles were trailing at the half and trailing in the second quarter, and they didn't really know how to react to it. And the defense didn't know how to get off the field still. The offense had some fluky fumbles and whatnot, but just looking at the game plan, Washington went out there and beat you at your own game.
They had 21 third downs last night. Think about that.
What?
21 third downs.
That's crazy.
Washington
that's
had last night.
incredible.
The Eagles only had 47 total plays. Washington had 21 plays on third down alone. It was such a mismatch. People are kind of making fun. Oh, keep calling the game weird. I'm sorry, I can't come up with any other.
It was weird.
It
was a weird game.
It was. The individual plays, and then when you look at the statistics, it's just crazy. 21 third downs. I don't think I've ever seen that in a football game ever.
Yeah, I mean, they decided to go out there and bleed clock. And look, Jordan Davis's injury probably has a large part to do with the game plan, but as Bob will point out, he's only playing 20% of the snaps. So you just hope that Nick Sirianni can adjust and figure out quickly how to fix it, because I didn't expect that. I know none of us did. We all expected the Eagles to win and roll to victory. But to get beat the way they did, yeah, I recognize that because I've watched the Eagles do it the last couple weeks.
Yeah,
I couldn't stop it.
I have a very strong affection for Ron Rivera. I really do. I like him. I admire him as a cancer survivor. He's a battler, and he works for it. Like, he works for a jackass.
You see the video?
No.
After the game, I know it's, nobody wants to watch the Commander celebrate, but it's emotional because I didn't know this, but he lost his mom this week. And
Ron Rivera did?
Yeah, and he gets really, really choked up.
Oh, wow.
Him and Troy Aikman.
Yeah, and he can't even really talk, and he finally gets the words out of, like, my mom would be proud. And it hits you, man. Like, it really, really will hit you. Yeah, go check it out. The Washington Commanders put it out on their social media, and it's emotional. But he's a guy you want to cheer for.
Yeah, he's not a bad, like, it's tough to dislike him.
But
it's tough to dislike him.
Yeah. And you're right. Part of it is like, man, I feel for you because you're working for that guy. But, and I wish ultimately he lost last night. But he's a rootable guy in the NFL.
That is a good one. Good job. Pat, I don't know.
I don't know who he is anymore.
Bob, you know where you don't want to, like, say that someone's got, like, a perfect game going? You're supposed to not say anything.
Right, like Pat's having a perfect week. Is that what we're not supposed to say?
Perfect week on Tuesday.
Coach, we're not supposed to, pretend we're Tom McCarthy on a broadcast, and Aaron Nola's going into the seventh, and he hasn't given up a hit.
All right, call me Aaron Nola.
How do we do this? Much like Aaron Nola, we've come to realize that sometimes it's that A+.
I'm more Chris Sanchez.
You are not Christian Sanchez.
Yeah.
You are not. But it's pretty interesting.
Getting called up from the minors for a spot.
You're not supposed to. You're not supposed to do that.
I feel like you guys giving me this praise on a Tuesday when we have 3 more days left.
That we're setting you up?
It's like Lou Brown saying we won a game yesterday. If we win a game today, that's 2 in a row. If we win one tomorrow, it's a winning streak. It has happened before.
It has happened. It's just been, Coach has not been able to find it. He's looking right now through the records. Coach, have you seen a run like this out of Pat or not?
No, and you guys are only hearing when he turns the mic on. You don't hear the rest of the time. So a perfect week? No. I'm going to say no.
I'm doing a pretty good show in here by myself.
He's doing a really good job.
Yeah.
The Patty Coach show.
There's some behind-the-scenes, things.
Little behind-the-scenes drama?
Make him even better. See? I think Pat's doing awesome.
I wish that we had, like, a separate camera just on us in here and a separate feed.
The things that we say to each other are not suitable. Well, it's a good thing we don't have an HR department. Let's just say that. It gets contentious between me and Coach.
Wait a minute. We do. Right over through those glass doors, we do.
No, we have Naples. We got to fly to Naples.
Oh, you got to fly to Naples to do
fly
that?
To Naples to complain to HR.
Oh, okay.
Got to go coach, though.
That's why I give Bob shirtless hugs.
Oh, man.
You can't complain about it because he ain't flying to Naples. Because he's got a doctor's appointment or a PJ's happy hour.
Wait, I got a shirtless hug from you?
You've gotten it before, yeah.
Come on.
Listen, I got a pretty good story to tell you guys. I meant to bring this up earlier. So a buddy of mine, a guy, Mike Leparati from over in Cherry Hill, his daughter won the South Jersey, she's a goalie, won the South Jersey Soccer Championship last week, okay? Right after the Union lost to L.A.
Okay.
John McCarthy, the goalie for L.A., the local kid, years ago, he gave her some lessons on goalieing, however, whatever. He got word that my friend Mike's daughter won the South Jersey Championship by blocking penalty kicks also and Zoomed her.
You're kidding me.
Swear to God. Zoomed her and said, hey, it's John. Congratulations. And he sent me pictures and all this stuff. How cool is that?
Okay, that's really
Here's a guy that just won the MLS title in an unbelievable way when the number one goalie gets hurt, goes in, stops penalty kicks, and the next day, it was the Monday, right after, has enough, gumption just to give this girl a Zoom call and check in with her.
Can I ask you one thing? And, Coach, you're probably best qualified to answer this. Is there any chance that when that match went to penalty kicks that he would have been brought in anyway?
No.
Do teams ever do that?
I mean, I guess they have.
Because he's a specialist in that.
It was brought up on the telecast.
Yeah.
In the pregame show, it was brought up if they would have thought of doing that, and they said the coach did not answer the question. So they were just kind of throwing it out there. Oh, maybe they'll bring McCarthy in if it goes to penalty kicks.
Well, I saw what he did.
I mean, he was amazing. I mean, really, absolutely amazing.
You know what? In all the years I've watched soccer, I don't think I've ever seen that where they bring in the backup goalie just for penalty kicks. But I guess they can do it.
Well, I can tell you this. All I know is this has been a tough little bit.
Tough stretch.
Tough stretch, but you know what? It's we're coming through it okay. I've been so impressed this morning, though. I've been absolutely impressed. Our listenership is great because I expected this to be a crappy day. I thought people were just going to be banging the drum of, oh, it's all over, sky's falling. Nope.
No.
Not that way at all.
The way the game played out has a lot to do with it. Had the Eagles play, if it was a normal game last night and the Eagles got beat and just got, I don't know if Hurts looked really bad or if whatever. If they would have lost in a different way than the odd one that they did last night, maybe people have that different reaction. But 8-0 is 8-0 before last night.
Right.
And I think a lot of that is substantial. You say, look, this is a good football team. They're having problems stopping the run right now, but they are a very good football team. Sometimes you have lulls in the season. They've had it the last two games. Now it's time to pick it back up.
All right, we'll get into our final little stretch here of the morning show presented by Stretch Zone. If you want to relieve sore muscles, increase your flexibility and range of motion, book your free 30-minute stretch session today at StretchZone.com. I know that my stretch day is Wednesday. I'm looking forward to my stretch tomorrow. And you can get in for your free stretch now. Go to StretchZone.com. Be sure to mention my name. Grab it, book it. You'll love it. You'll be glad that you did. 610-632-0975. You'd like to get a late call in with us. We would love to hear from you. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. I know Steven Singer's hated in the jewelry industry. Why? Because he's got the gift that every other jeweler wants to provide to you. Those diamond stud earrings for less than $300. Check out his Anita diamond stud earrings at IHateStevenSinger.com because Steven's going to make it so easy for you to buy real diamond jewelry for someone you love because Steven's not giving you phony sales. He doesn't want to haggle with you. There's no nonsense. He makes it really easy. And guys, isn't that what we want at the holidays? Easy shopping. Steven's real diamond studs, flawless to the eye, near colorless, and they come with his full value lifetime trade-in, meaning you can trade in your diamond studs anytime and get exactly what you paid towards the next pair. He's got the best guarantee in the business, too. A full 100-day, 100% no-hassle money-back guarantee. Who else is offering you that? Don't listen to Bob and Pat. It's okay to shop now for Christmas and get it out of the way. Go to IHateStevenSinger.com and click on his Anita Diamond Stud earrings. You will love it. Or you can visit Steven's showroom at the other corner of 8th and Walnut in Philadelphia. Go buy real diamonds from a real jeweler you can trust. It's Steven Singer Jewelers. That's at IHateStevenSinger.com.
The John Kincade Show.
For someone who's super, super hot, you're really cranky.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Join the John Kincade Show Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. for happy hour at PJ Wellahan's in Horsham. Come out to say hi and enjoy PJ's delicious wings.
Hey, it's Jen Scordo. Start NFL Week 11 off with a no-sweat same-game parlay from FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Whether you're new to FanDuel or not, get free bets back if your Thursday night same-game parlay doesn't hit. Same-game parlays, of course, combine bets for a chance at a bigger payday. Oh, man, the Titans at the Packers in Lambeau. The Packers and Aaron Rodgers used to be a different team at home, but I don't trust anything about that team this year. So build your same-game parlay around Tennessee. Titans money line, Derrick Henry to score first, and Robert Woods for an anytime TD. You can build your own or choose from one of the popular pre-built same-game parlays built just for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. However you want to play, bet the NFL on Thursday night with a no-sweat same-game parlay. Just sign up using my promo code. It's Scordo. That's my last name. If you don't already have an account, it's promo code Scordo. SCORDO. If you have an account, you're all set. Just sign in and see what you've got. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL.
21 plus and present in PA. 3+ legs. Minimum $1 bet required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable free bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max free bet $5. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention business owners. Imagine getting up to $26,000 per employee sent to you directly by the U.S. government. All businesses during COVID could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26K per employee through a CARES Act program. The fact is, all types of businesses, profit or nonprofit, are eligible. There is absolutely no cost to check your eligibility today. ERTC.com is the nation's leading company specializing in employee retention tax credits. Here is a real testimonial from an ERTC client.
We've got some good news. You're going to get $488,000 as a tax refund, which is not a loan, and you can use that in whatever way you'd like to.
Visit ERTC.com today, and in less than 5 minutes, our proprietary rebate calculator will show you how much money you could receive. Act now before the program closes or funds run out. Visit ERTC.com today. That's ERTC.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Get early access to Macy's Black Friday specials on gifts they'll love at prices you will too. Now while supplies last. Like 65% off dazzling Effie fine jewelry, 60 to 65% off coats and jackets for the entire family, and 60% off holiday decor, hosting essentials, and so much more. Plus download the free app for more Black Friday deals at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Dell Technologies Black Friday event has arrived with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 50% off select performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Deep in the bowels of your building's basement, the wastewater pump system handles everything that comes from the bowels of your building's workers. Who can you trust to make sure that wastewater flows from your building to the city's water treatment facility? Pumpman Philly, the experts in wastewater system troubleshooting, emergency repairs, maintenance, and replacement. When your pumps go down, don't crap your pants. Call Pumpman Philly at 833-559-PUMP. 833-559-PUMP. PumpmanPhilly.com.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
When you hire a lawyer, two important factors are experience and trust. And Philly residents have trusted Rosenbaum Injury Law for over 30 years. What might surprise you is John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan is from Florida. While he likes to brag about all his results, what he doesn't tell you is they're not from Philly. That's because he just opened a Philly office in 2017. Rosenbaum Injury Law. Experienced in Philly and results in Philly.
Hello?
Whether you're at home or on the go, listen to 97.5 The Fanatic on Odyssey on your smartphone, Roku, LG Smart TV, Waze, and more. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Check it out now.
I love what Landis Block and Concrete helped to create for us in our backyard. From the minute the house was built, Christina had said, well, what are we going to do with this area in the backyard? She had a blank slate, and Landis Block and Concrete helped us to create exactly what she was looking for. She wanted a big entertaining space. She wanted some beautiful materials, and Landis Block in their beautiful showroom in Souderton, Pennsylvania, they call it a store, I call it a showroom, absolutely has everything you could be looking for. And they got the people to help you create your vision and then bring it to reality. We used our own contractor. It looked amazing. We love Landis Block. And I can just tell you, we have other neighbors in the community who haven't built theirs yet, who are coming over and looking at the materials, and they're saying, these are just amazing. They're so beautiful. So I send them to landisbc.com on the web. I tell them, go look for yourself. That's where you can see all of the beautiful things. You can create your own jaw-dropping outdoor paradise with Landis Block and Concrete, and tell them the Kincades are very, very happy with theirs.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
This crew always says thanks for listening, and we actually mean it. The John Kincade Show continues here on 97.5 The Fanatic and streaming on the 97.5 The Fanatic app.
97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
It's the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. I want to remind you that Staples stores are a new world of possible. They've got innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. You can explore more at your local Staples store or visit staplesconnect.com. This would be the first time, I would believe, that Anthony has got to get the couch out, right? Because like where he sort of says, Dr. Gargano is in the office.
Uh-huh.
And let's talk this through.
The doctor is in.
There's not been many chances for Anthony to have to counsel and talk people through a sorrowful day after an Eagles game. And that in and of itself is an amazing blessing. That's great, because we haven't been in position to need Anthony to be the voice of reason. Because I sort of like it when Anthony's not the voice of reason, when he's the voice of the just sort of lunacy. Because I think that's the most entertaining show.
Yeah. And you get that a lot.
Get plenty of that, yes.
Yeah. I'm anxious to hear Anthony's takeaway from last night. Is it these kind of games happen, and okay, it happened, it sucks, but move on? Is it more of, look, this could be a real problem, this rush defense, teams are figuring out a way to, to keep the Eagles offense off the field? Whatever it is, though, as you said, John, his take will be entertaining.
There we go. Let's get to the verdict, which is brought to you by the personal injury law firm of Flager & Associates. They care, they prepare, and they win. Visit FlagerLaw.com. Let me just tell you something. We have a good jury selection process. Our jurors have been excellent this year. Our jurors were excellent last year. And we seated a brand new jury, and they've been fantastic. I thoroughly apologize to all of our jurors, because as I was driving in today, I said, oh man, the jury's just gonna bring venom and anger today. Instead, they brought reason. They brought rational points to the table, and I think they made everybody in the listening audience feel a little bit better about what happened last night. No overreactions, no wild predictions, just a get your blank together, Eagles. Great job for our jury. An excellent job saying, everybody breathe. And to take word from Aaron Rodgers, RELAX, because it's just one loss. There you go.
Fair
Good
enough.
job, Flager & Associates. Fantastic. We really did seat a great jury. They're a fantastic bunch.
Yes,
really
they
good
are.
Stuff.
Yeah. Today was good. I like the way everybody
did you expect
took
differently?
It.
I doubted. I'm sorry, I doubted them. I didn't doubt that they'd be good and that they'd call up, but I expected more venom. Like, I thought there was going to be more anger, more venom, more, man, I'm pissed. Especially we were getting calls from the parking lot, and they were reasonable.
Yeah. I just think people were kind of like, okay, one of those games was going to happen. Don't let it happen again. It's kind of like as a parent, when your kid maybe disappoints you for the first time. You don't fly off the handle. You just say, okay, you did it that once. Don't do it again, though. That's kind of, I think, the way that the fan base is looking at the Eagles from last night. Don't do it again. But they do have to pick things up. It is. We talked about the concerns, but it's 2 games in a row now where you've been a little flat. You went into Houston, short week, understandable, totally understandable.
Yes.
You didn't look all that great. You went in, you got out. Phillies had their World Series run going, so it was kind of an afterthought. But it is, no matter how you look at it, 2 games in a row now where you've been subpar. So, it's time to pick it up.
Right?
Yeah. So come Sunday, 1 o'clock. I kind of like it's back to a little normalcy. Sunday, 1 o'clock. It's not a Thursday. It's not a Monday night. It's not an 8 o'clock game. It's a 1 o'clock Sunday game. A little normality gets back into the workplace. So hopefully they'll take care of business in Indianapolis.
I'm looking forward to the 1 o'clock.
Yeah, me too.
Seriously.
Yeah.
1 o'clock games are great. I love 1 o'clock.
It's
your favorite?
I think it is, yeah. I really do. 4 o'clock, that's fine. You know what I don't? This is weird. It comes back from being a little kid. The one thing I don't like about the 4 o'clock game is that it starts in the light and ends in the dark. So weird.
What bothers you about that?
I don't know. It's just probably from years past when I was a little kid that they lost a lot of 4 o'clock games.
And they lose to 4 o'clock?
And it made me cry.
I remember as a kid, it was such a big deal when they got to play late. Because they used to play a 1 o'clock schedule. They'd have almost every game was 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
It became just part of the tradition.
Remember when we were kids, we had to worry about blackouts?
Oh, yes.
I mean, that was a thing. Pat, you probably never
Pat, did you ever have a blackout?
Yeah.
Dealt with it.
Well, the NFL's dropped it, I think.
Yeah, I think they have.
Yeah.
But you used to be, if the game didn't sell out, and you'd be waiting for Acme Markets or Wawa
to pick up the tickets.
To buy the last 2,000 tickets to the game in order for us to be able to see it.
I mean, that would ruin my week.
If you couldn't see it, you're listening
on Thursday, 10,000 tickets still remain, and no, nobody's going to buy them. So the Eagles will be blacked out this week. And you were like, no.
Don't do that.
It was horrible.
Hey,
I hated that.
Martin Law's Philly's original law firm for injured workers. Schedule a free consultation today at paworkinjury.com. Now, in Cooney's Corner, quietness sort of disturbed Bob a little bit, and man, now it might have been a precursor.
Now, let's see what's in Cooney's Corner.
It's more of a question to you guys also. So I think I told you last night, the lot that we go in to park opens 4 hours before the game. So I got there about 20 minutes before it opened, sat there in line, which was 3 cars ahead of me. That's it. And a couple behind me. Got in at 4:15, parked, nobody really around. Parked my car. I walk through the parking lot. There's 2 cars in line to get in, where 4 hours before the game, usually there's, plenty of cars waiting for that to get open. Walk through, go to Xfinity Live. Yeah, some tailgating going on. Not nearly the foot traffic, not nearly the car traffic, not nearly the amount of tailgating I'm accustomed to 4 hours before a game.
Yeah, it didn't seem it.
Right? We get into Xfinity Live, and while the crowd was good, it wasn't that overflowing craziness that we're used to. And here's how I know it. Because one time on a break, I had to go to the bathroom. Most times when we're doing a pregame there, I can't get into the bathroom, go and come back out before the break is over. I mean, I can't do it during the 6-minute break because it's so crowded. Last night, not even a line to get in. I just thought it weird, and I was asking you guys, did you feel a different vibe? And you were in the building.
I know I did.
Pat, did you sense a little bit of difference last night?
Yeah.
Why do you think it is, though?
Malaise. I think it was a combination of the opponent wasn't great. I think a lot of people bought tickets for that game before the season started, expecting Carson to be back. He wasn't. The weather was the first really, really cold game, and the fact that it's Monday night, and it's just everyone's got work the next day, and it becomes kind of more of a pain in a way. You look forward to the Eagles playing, but at this point we all know, if E-Rock talked about it, you're gonna be sitting in traffic, you're gonna get home at around 1 a.m., and then you got to wake up and go to work.
That's sort of the process.
So I think you combine all of that stuff together, and it's more of a chore than an exciting thing to go to. And I could be way, way, way off base with this. I'm sure there were people that couldn't wait for it and stuff, but for season ticket holders, it's probably a little bit of a chore.
I've often looked at staying outside and drinking for 5 hours as a chore. I agree with you,
When it's
Pat.
30 degrees out.
I've never
I'm
heard.
kidding you.
It's so funny I've never heard any of this feeling about Eagles tailgating or Eagles games ever in my entire life.
Yeah.
Have I heard this malaise idea? It's terrible, but Pat, I'm not disagreeing that it's there because I'm experiencing it. I'm seeing it. That parking lot was dead yesterday when I arrived.
And what I mean is, like, I get the sense of leading up to the game. There's probably more than a handful of people that just went, I don't really feel like going to this. You combine everything we talked about. The weather's not great. I just don't feel like going like this.
The 8-0 might have something to do with it.
And
the opposition.
It's the complacency that we talked about leading into the game of the complacency. Well, look, they're 11-point favorites. This is a formality. I'm sure there were people that walked into that stadium thinking, I'll be leaving in the fourth, or start of the fourth, because it'll be in hand and I don't want to worry about it. I'll beat traffic. And then the game wasn't in hand.
Yeah, I was just surprised at it all. It's still Washington. It's still a division opponent. It's Monday Night Football. And when we walked out last night of Xfinity Live, as soon as we got done the show to run home and watch the game, I said to Pat, how are these people all still coming in? There was right? There was a good line of people going in and people just slowly walking to the stadium. I'm like, the game's already started. What's going on
It
here?
really didn't seem... It didn't seem the same.
It just seems like we're in a little, I don't want to say a fan slump. But
Pat
it's
saying
kind of
malaise.
Yeah. Malaise is good. That's good, Pat.
Yeah.
That's a good Newman word by you.
Thanks,
malaise.
That was very good, Pat.
Appreciate it.
Did you learn that in high school or college?
High school.
High school.
Yeah.
Okay. Rooney?
He didn't teach.
Yeah, you see, you didn't have Rooney as a teacher.
No, I just had him as a principal.
I think it's part of the reason he probably wanted to be a principal is because of having to teach people like me.
Yeah, probably.
I was like, I'm freaking exhausted.
Probably drove a lot of people to drink.
It's like, please. Well, there was the Lamb Tavern right across the street.
Teachers popped in there quite a bit to have stories about
I think there was a tunnel. I used to tell Father Corkery that there was a tunnel from O'Hara to the Lamb Tavern. That there was a secret tunnel. Because sometimes his last period would get canceled. And he'd go, you think you're funnier than you are. And that was a precursor to my entire career.
Yeah, I've gotten that too.
Very similar. You think you're
pretty
funny.
accurate.
You're funnier than you are. You have a giant positive to take away from the game. I love this. A giant positive. And I mean, Pat, make it giant.
It is giant.
Please.
It's, I don't know his metrics, but he's a big guy. Jordan Mailata wasn't an issue. And the offensive line in general wasn't an issue, which you kind of expect. I mean, Landon Dickerson had his struggles, especially the second half there in the fourth quarter. He had a costly penalty and he got bowled over by Jonathan Allen. But I was worried about Mailata heading in because of the injury, and we've been told that it's lingering. It still hasn't healed from it. But after the Thursday night game, when he gave up like back-to-back sacks, and it was probably his worst game of the season, I was concerned of how he was going to handle a better pass rush by Washington. Now, luckily, he's not facing Chase Young, but it's still better. He didn't hear his name at all. So if you want a positive, it's Jordan Mailata.
God, he had one block last night, and it didn't really affect the play, but he got out and got a linebacker just like 1 foot out, and he shoved that guy across the field and down onto the ground. It was like an older brother holding his little brother down, like, don't get up until you stop. I was like, oh, my God, he just manhandles that guy and just gets up and walks away. It was really a pretty cool play that the announcers didn't bring up either. But
that made me really happy. I mean, that
yeah.
Because, Pat, I was watching for the Jordan Mailata thing all last night, wondering,
yeah,
is there anything to worry about? Is there anything to be concerned about? And he was I'm not going to say non-factor. He did his job perfectly.
Yeah, he was inconspicuous.
And that's great.
I mean,
from an offensive lineman.
Yeah, the line last night, if you think about it, the Eagles averaged close to 5 yards a carry, 4.7. Jalen Hurts was only sacked once for 5 yards.
That was more his fault.
Yeah, exactly. They did a very commendable job last night. They just didn't have very many plays to do it even more.
No, I mean, that is a great positive to take away. Because there are so many reasons to be. There's so many reasons today to potentially find some thing that you're negative about, and why you're being negative.
I went into yesterday's game not overly concerned about Mailata, but it was definitely something that I was concerned about how he would perform again. We'd never really seen him that bad as he was in Houston, and I just chalked it up to the injury. Well, if the injury is lingering all season long, how's this dude going to play when he faces better competition? I mean, Houston's not exactly, you're not writing home about him. So to see him go out there and not hear his name at all, and then, Bob, you noticed the play where he just dominated his opponent. Big relief that hopefully it's a sign that he's back to performing at a high level.
Yeah, and this is probably the best he's going to feel all year. Like this injury, from what they said before, it's going to linger. It's just going to hang out. But this is just their third game in 28 days that you pointed out yesterday, John. So all the rest that he's been able to have. What's that?
Yeah, it was two. They had played twice in 28, which is the smallest number of games they had ever played in a regular season in 28 days.
Right. Yeah. So if he's going to heal, now's probably the most that he's going to be healed going into last night with the little activity he's had over the last 3 weeks. So hopefully it stays the same. Hopefully he continues to dominate. I had no problem with the offensive line last night at all.
No. I just wish that why wouldn't you have leaned on it? Why didn't you? I really did. I expected we're sitting up there and everybody will start talking in the press box about, well, what do you expect in the second half? And I said, well, they're going to come out in the second half. And I said, this is going to look like that Arizona fourth quarter drive, that Dallas fourth quarter drive. They're going to come out and they're going to bully Washington right off the bat and put together like a 7-minute drive that leads them down to a touchdown to take the lead. I couldn't believe it. They came out and they threw the ball. Like the first possession was like 50 seconds. They didn't do any of that. I don't know why in the world they would go about changing who they are in that situation.
Especially when Washington was controlling the football in the first half. Why not control it back? I mean, it's hard to be patient after they have a 7-minute drive or whatever it may be, and you want to get out there and boom, boom. But no. You have the best running back on the field. Control the clock a little bit. Use him. 1 carry in the first half for Miles Sanders? That's ridiculous. That's just ridiculous.
Oh, my gosh. It truly is a strange it was a strange night. And that's the sort of the summary of the entire thing is that whether the YouTubers weren't liking you calling it weird. They weren't liking it.
No, a couple people said, yeah, it wasn't weird. It was just a bad whatever. I think it was weird. I described it as weird.
That was weird, and there were a lot of weird calls. And again, I see Kevin Kincade, our friend from Crossing Broad, saying, please, everybody, don't stop saying that it wasn't because of the refs that we lost. We have every right to complain about the refs. She can complain about the refs.
Yeah.
You didn't lose because of the refs.
They played a big factor in the game. They played a bigger factor than they should have. But it never should have been in the refs' hands.
You allowed it to happen. It was a self-made, it was a self-inflicted wound.
Never should have gotten to that point.
I think you were talking about, Pat, the loser energy of calling a timeout with
0.2
seconds left when you're down by 4, which, by the way, now everybody's called out in the coaching community, which is great. I did go back and listen to the broadcast. They really did level that, and I'm glad.
Hey, you'll never be able to take away that crushed velvet suit, though.
They did. I don't think he's going to be wearing that next time. But the idea is, I think blaming the referees for that loss last night means you're going to ignore the entire first half. You're going to ignore so much of that game.
Yeah.
Where they just were beaten. And they were physically beaten last night. That defensive line got owned.
Yeah.
By an offensive line. They got owned.
At the end of the day, I mean, it was a big swing, the missed face mask that led to the fumble.
You were still down by less than a touchdown, though.
Huge swing. And look, the defense held and kept them to a field goal at that point. Your offense couldn't really muster a lot. I mean, for various reasons, but your offense couldn't muster a whole lot.
Well, when that fumble happened, you were still
in the game.
Yeah, but you were still you were in the game.
30, yeah.
But you were 65 or whatever it was from a touchdown. It wasn't like you were close to scoring.
Yeah, it sucked because I did feel like they were about to put together a drive. And I told you guys earlier, like I felt the whole time like they were going to win this game, they were going to pull it out. At the end of the day, I mean, you both can be true. Like the refs were horrible last night.
They were horrible,
but it just never should have been to the point where that is a reason why you point to, oh, that's the reason they lost.
That whole fourth quarter, I did not feel they were coming back and winning.
Yeah, I did.
So did I. I just thought, okay, here it comes. Okay, here it comes.
I did earlier.
Probably because of the Arizona game, honestly.
I did earlier, though. Like, I thought that earlier in the game, like, if you had told me, like, beginning of the third quarter, I said they're going to win this thing.
Yeah, I hit the live line a few times.
You're not allowed in the press box to do that. So
Really?
I would have. Yeah, you can't do that.
All right.
They block all those. They block all those sites. Yeah.
I'll give you a VPN. You'll be able to.
They'll all be blocked. No, I don't want to do anything to break. I have a beautiful spot. I just don't want to break the rules.
One thing we didn't talk about last night on Washington's final score, 3rd and 12. They're at the 36. They throw an incomplete, but there was a penalty on Washington, ineligible downfield, and the Eagles declined it. Instead of going to 3rd and 17 and pushing the ball back, they declined it, and the kid Sly hits a 55-yard field goal. Did you guys disagree with that decision or not, or do you remember where
I agreed with it, yeah.
You agreed with him?
I agreed with declining it, yeah.
I did. I got to tell you, I did too.
I don't remember objecting to it.
Yeah. I was like 55 yards and cold night, whatever. I didn't think, and it still only gave them a 26-21 lead.
And it was one rotation over, right? I mean,
yeah,
it literally was that close.
If it's gonna keep it with a one-score game, then it's not worth it to risk it, and all of a sudden
plus more time.
And the way your defense was playing that soft zone.
I
defense,
agree. Yeah,
I was perfectly okay with risking it at that point.
Yeah,
and you still had a one-score game.
It would have run 35 more seconds off the clock.
Yeah, I mean, there's 7:38 to go in the game. They were down 26-21 after that field goal. I'm with Pat. I was like, okay, they're going to go down and score. I was just wondering whether they're going to take the whole clock, or that's how confident I was the Eagles were going to go down and score.
I thought we were going to get a 6.5-minute drive that ended in a touchdown and giving Taylor Heineke, a minute left.
When it was 26-21, I said I feel like this has to be a 7-minute drive, or they have no shot to win. Like that. That's what I said.
See,
we were talking about it. And I'm going. If this drive seems like Washington cannot, I thought if Washington got the ball back within a field goal to win it, Washington would have won that game.
See, I felt very confident that if you forced Taylor Heineke to throw, because he really didn't do it a whole lot. When he did, he was successful. But when you force him to throw in a must-win situation, you were going to pull that out.
Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partners, H&H Heating and Air Conditioning, DelcoHVAC.com, and make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research today. Do it at 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR. Remember, your donation will be tripled. Cancer research saves lives. We hope that this was cathartic. We hope that you feel a little bit better about it, and we're going to dust ourselves off and get ready for a week building up to the Colts coming up on Sunday afternoon. It's the John Kincade Show. We hope you have a great day. Stick with the Fanatic all day long, and have a great day, everybody. I know many of you find yourself in the same position that our family was in last year. You got a high school senior. They're looking at colleges, and they're trying to narrow down their choices. And much of the consideration has to be the financial ramifications. What's it going to cost? And for your student, they need to know what it's going to cost after they graduate, because the student loan fairy doesn't come and just say, oh, you don't know that. You're going to have to pay it. So go to College Ave Student Loans. It's a shortcut on the road to life. You log on to collegeave.com, and you and your student understand and make a absolutely educated decision. What can you afford? What's it going to look like after graduation? And they got a student loan calculator that estimates that monthly payment, so you're going to both feel comfortable with it. Go to collegeave.com, and you're going to find it's your emotional support system. And your student can register to win a $5,000 scholarship, no purchase necessary. You're going to love it. It's collegeave.com. Make the educated choice before you sign for the loan. And tell them John Kincade sent you.
The John Kincade Show.
They put it on the air?
Of course they put it on the air. It was a big success.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hey, Sixer fans, it's Matt Cord for the Bet Parks app, the official winning partner of your Philadelphia 76ers. The Bet Parks app is fun to use, built around on what you want right from your phone. It's easy to sign up, great customer service, and faster to win than ever before. Download the Bet Parks app today. The Bet Parks app, the official winning partner of your Philadelphia